Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Wampleville. Welcome back to Trench Crusade. We got ourselves a couple of interesting busts here. I'm going to focus on this one first, just just on the off chance that maybe I don't get a chance to hit both of them. I'm going to start out with this one. Maybe we even do a little bit of our kind of dry brushy stuff on the other one, just in case. Again, who knows? Maybe I need to let something sit to set a little bit more, so then that might give me some more time. I was just trying to gear up my references for these two. This one's again going to be super fun because we've got all kinds of fun glowy stuff that's going to happen with that. Just making sure I got my lights in place. Looks like it is the case there, Landrast. So this should be pretty wild. Yeah, let me get rid of that little piece right there. Once again, I was trying to snarf down food right before the stream, and it's working out just as well as it did last time. Which is to say, not at all. Oh, check this out, though. Where'd it go? Here it is. I did remove the supports. Now, the hair back there, that didn't that didn't print, but I have no real way of getting the supports back there. I can always just use my heavy gloss gel to put some hair back there, but I think that didn't turn out too bad. I mean, this thing is gigantic. Look at this. That's how big this thing is. That's a 72 mil fig, basically walking out of this image right here. So that's super fun. And of course, well, we got these right here. Hey there, Armored Wolf. Yeah, it's well, the clickbait stuff, Armored Wolf. That's what it's all about, right? More clickbait, more better. Apparently, that's what they want. And well, if we don't give it to them, then nobody sees their stuff, right? That's unfortunately kind of how it rolls. Yeah, that's why I kind of didn't bother with the YouTube stuff as far as trying to actually get cash out of it. I guess if you would want to say that. Now we got to figure out what some of these elements are going to be here. Let me get a little bit more of this. Fine. All right. This can go on the sniper fig too. So this is going to be real interesting. I'll tell you what. Going to be real interesting. No idea what these are ultimately going to look like here. You can see we got our references, of course, down in the corner there. We're gonna do lots and lots of blood effects. You know what? I think I will be able to do. Also too, of course, I spilled all of my weathering powders all over the place. So when it comes time, we're gonna break out some, a new batch of them there. Cause yeah, that just kind of spilled all over the place. Cause that's how we roll here. You know what? I'm gonna just grab me some of this. Just gonna grab me some of that. See what happens here. So great to see you there, Landrast. And Landrast, anybody joining you over at the Casa there? And, oh, was I wanted to ask you about? It was the Bretonians. Yeah, the Blood Bro. There you go. The Blood Bowl Bretonians. I do words right. Right, Landrast. Wasn't sure if you wanted to share those at some point, because those really turned out good. I mean, they really that was some hot stuff right there. Now, of course, this and the sniper would have, now that I know how to do the like super fine, deep interior supports and all that kind of stuff, I'm gonna try and do these guys again. I'm also gonna try and do the wing Tassar again. The one thing I gotta figure out, Armored Wolf, have you ever done? I think we talked about them. Remember the fan style supports? Well, you've seen him a bunch on Printing Goes Ever On Figs, right, Landrest? He's still using that support system, right? That was like the first time I'd ever really seen that kind of support system, and I always thought that was really nifty. It seemed to be way more gentle on things like swords. You know, so something like this, instead of a bunch of dots hitting it, it was like a long fan, and it would kind of run the length of this gun right here. And it seemed to have a gentler touch on the figure itself. I go with the. I'm not quite sure what the parameter is. Like, you know, to just to Google it or something, like fan supports. I don't think that's what they're called. In fact, I'm positive that's not what they're called. You know what? Let's just dive in. Let's just do it. Just dive in, do this thing here. See what we get. Let's do this. I mean, we're only. Oh, look at that, 555. Now, the one thing we probably aren't. Well, actually, we could if we do 5 hours, 55 minutes, and 55 seconds. That would give us our. That would give us our cinco cinco. There you go. I'm not so sure that. Well, yeah, I don't know about doing a 6 hour stream. So yeah, this strap right here that kind of broke when I was removing the supports. But again, this is not. This was like the last thing I did before I kind of learned how to do those individual supports. So we're gonna do this one again. This is kind of a fave of mine because I think we'll be able to get a lot of expression like we did with this guy right here. I think we'll be able to get a bunch of expression in that face. So kind of want to do that. Right, more expression in the face, more better. And again, we got the Stahlhelms here off to the side because you know reasons. Okay, that at least here it created the wood texture. It didn't really do it so much on the other one. Come on. Yeah, let's just do this. Let's just do this. Get in there. Get in there. So these, well, they were just brown primer, right? Was that the Ebony Flesh primer, Stynylrez style. Of course, Armored Wolf, if you wanted to share the link to the vids there, the Instagram vids, please do that. All right, now this guy. Ooh, did I put? Okay, I did put that out there. I might try to grab my floral green here too. Oh, that's the other thing I screwed up. I wanted to get more paper towels. Yeah, wanted to do that. That's okay. We'll get. We'll figure it out at some point. All right, you get your glowy stuff now. Come on. We're gonna be doing some opaque glazes on this, kind of like what we were doing with the Eowyn figure last night on all of the on the skinny tones and on the white cloth and all that. We'll be doing that on this one here. More of that down there. Maybe get a little bit of that reflecting onto there, how it is. In fact, some of the primer is still drying. That's how deep some of these recesses are. That primer's been trying to dry for like an hour and a half. Now, I ended up not putting the fan on there because I kind of was running around doing too many other things. That sort of helps with that a little bit. I was real chuffed about how this printed out. That didn't print out too bad. Not too shabby.
So say we all.
Hey there, Grey Wolf. Great to see you there, Grey Wolf. Actually, Grey Wolf, wait a second. Wait 1 second here. Can I get him? Oh, one second here. I thought I had. Oh, here's one. Where's the other one? Let me try and get this for you. Oh, of course, I can't. Unfortunately, I can't quite reach it. But yeah, these were the figures that I printed out for you. Again, I did learn a whole bunch about the process of printing those. Let me just now I'm kind of irritated here. I want to find that. Can't find it. Don't know where it is. So yeah, well, there was that one at least. The other ones I think are in the other room. But at least you saw that one. And also these, Grey Wolf. Check these out. That's not nothing. Hey there, LV. Welcome back. Nice to see you there, Recoil. Oh, and of course, again, thank you so much. Appreciate that. Where are we at? There we are. There's a little something there for Grey Wolf Studio. So nice to see you there, LV. Oh, and of course, Grey Wolf. Here is what we were painting last night. So again, like we were talking about here, we're going to do the opaque glaze. That is what we were doing in all these areas and the hair and on the skin tones there. So we're going to do a similar thing around all the glowy stuff here. So great to see you there, Recoil. So yeah, Recoil, there's a ton of stuff to do before that next meeting with the Eldritch Foundry folks. How's about we welcome in Monster Den Minis, who dares to enter our domain. How you doing there, Monster Den? Great to see ya. Ooh, this is going to be very fun. This is going to be fun. Boom. There you go. You enter my domain. Hey, you want a ring? These are really fun. You can do a lot with these rings. How you doing there, Monster Den? Great to see ya. Nice to see you there, Blades. Everybody, please give Unexpected Painting, Monster Den Minis, Blades. Hey there, Toasted Goat. Nice to see ya. Ah, yeah. So, that's kind of what Pelennor Fields looked like. I gotta say, it wasn't pretty. What's gonna happen for Angry Grizzly mini painting on a big Gandalf 6? We haven't had a Gandalf 6 in a long time. Oh boy, that was almost there for Angry Grizz. Almost a big old 6 right there. So Monster Den, you want to share some stuff in chat? Hey Blades, share that fabulous miniature that you were working on stream that you just finished. What, Friday, right? Yeah, share that thing too. And hey, Michael, why don't you share your stuff too? So everybody give Michael Paints Minis, give Monster Den Minis, give Blades81 a follow, give Quantum Reveries a follow, give Painterly Git a follow, give everybody follows, right, Monster Den? So I draw Carolyn. How you doing? Welcome in. Everybody check out the Instagram link the Blades just shared. So we're working on some more of our Trench Crusade busts here. These are our first Red Brigades. So this is going to be our trench sniper over here. And then we've got this one. I was really encouraged like this one because I love doing these plinths. And here the plinth is basically the corpse, right? So here's your main topic, but the plinth is the corpse right here. Thank you so much, Hooper. I appreciate that. This whole gunpowder thing, maybe I need to rethink that. It's like, dude, it's more than just fireworks. It's like, yeah, I know. Just ask Theoden about explosives there. Thank you so much, Toasted Goat and Hooper. Which means we haven't had one of these in a very long time. We got 2 rolls on the big Gandalf 6 for Goat and Hoops. Now that's pretty funny because we had 2 Gandalf 6 roll. We had 2 4s. Toasted Goat. So you have to pick which one you want. Okay, who's getting the 4? Who's getting the 4? You got to fight amongst yourselves for that 4. See what I did there? Now here's what we did last week on our Saturday stream. We had these 2 gents. So this was the first of my Court of the Seven Headed Serpent. We did some really fun blood effects on that. Lots of weathering powders. Is this the first? Yeah, this is my first new Antioch bust right here. Again, more weathering powders, lots of leather, very fun skin tones on him. The week before that, was the first, well, actually, our second Trench Pilgrim in Stiggy right here, and the first of our Iron Sultanate. So Iron Sultanate and Trench Pilgrims there. Again, more blood effects. Very, very fun. We've got some more of these we're going to be working on. So here's another Red Brigades. Where's my other Red Brigades here? Where is our... that's not this guy. Oh, look at... Oh, here we go. Yeah. So Red Brigade and Trench Pilgrim. So that's a War Prophet. And again, you saw on Stiggy, we did the stained glass windows in here. That's what we're going to do on this guy as well. So these have been super fun. Here's again another Iron Sultanate bust. And lots of fun here on these. So Toasted Goat is demanding the 4. So that means Hooper is going to be stuck with a 4. So Hooper, sorry about that. I mean, it's, you know, it is what it is, right? It was claimed first. So everybody check out that link that Michael Paints Minis shared. And everybody give Michael Paints Minis a follow. Everybody give Blades81 a follow. Give Monster Den Minis a follow. And of course, again, now we'll be showing off these tomorrow. I didn't think this was possible until about the last 36 hours or so, when we found out, yes, indeed, we can do these. Yep, they're very much unflat flats, right? Because, well, here's the ones we did on Thursday. So this is what we did on Thursday right here. Now, these are our tarot card versions. We have versions here that are kind of like semi-tarot card. So here's our tarot card. This has a little more relief to it, as you can see in the face right there. So an Arwen flat. So we've had, but now we call these, I think we were calling these mega reliefs right here. So, oh, look at that, a 5-stream streak from Michael Paints Minis, the mini hype train, Michael Paints Minis. Now, of course, this was what we did on stream last night right here. We were talking about this right before the raid. So on this, the skin tones, the fabric, all of this, we were about to do opaque glazes. That's what we're trying to set up here, especially on the Spirit right here. So we're doing our kind of lighter dry brushy stuff just like we did here last night. We did the lighter dry brushy stuff first, and then we went in and did all of the very fun kind of glazy type stuff after that. Let me try to get that. There we go. So those are all FDM, however, or those are all resin. This is FDM though. Again, look at how big this thing is. Here, let me grab a 72 mil fig. That's how big that relief is. That's essentially a 72 mil fig of Galadriel. You can see how wide that is. This is about 9.5 inches wide, about 7.25 inches tall-ish. Got your Malor trees there. So yeah, Grey Wolf, this is the other thing that I've been working on right here. And of course, well, some of this stuff, again, I'll be showing it tomorrow. This is the first of our Middle-earth War at Sea ships. So the entire Harad fleet, this is the flagship right here. The whole idea is it's basically like Oliphants at sea. All the howdahs are up on platforms which support the sails. And the idea is they can all just kind of shoot down at their opponents right there. And of course, again, it goes along the lines with all of our 1/1800 scale ships that we've been painting all along. I'll give it some more light in this here. So Michael Paints Minis, thanks so much for being here as always. And again, Monster Den, thank you so much for the raid. So Monster Den, if you wanted to share, the stuff for tomorrow, 7 Eastern, right, Monster Den? Your Council of Miniature Painters that you're going to be doing. Yeah, you want to plug that? Please go ahead, do that too. And now again, those files, looking to make those. These are all test prints. Everything you're seeing here is a test print. There are some. Oh, and of course, Monster Den. Yeah, there's the little matter of these guys, right? All of the Lord of the Rings themed gummy bears. Yeah, There's 28 of these that have been painted already. There's about 5 more characters that I've been working on. Again, here we are. Let's see. Where's there we go. So the absolute spitting images of each other. Yes, indeed. Galadriel with the file there. I mean, they're like twins. They're practically indistinguishable from each other. You can't tell them apart. so, so Carolines, hopefully you can join Monster Den tomorrow. It's always a fun broadcast there. Hey there, Valfira. Great to see you. So, Valfira, hopefully feeling a little bit better today than the last couple of days. I know it hasn't been a super fantabulous couple of days there, but hopefully, again, feeling a little bit better. You can see how this is starting to develop here. We're going to be doing some more. Let's see, what was the bust I was going to? Well, let's see. We might even be painting this guy tomorrow. Here's this is a tutorial video I've been working on, so we might paint this during the show tomorrow. There's about 3 or 4 of them that I've got ready to go. Actually, Monster Den has the new Hound been a little bit less, well, let's see, destructive to keyboards than what, 2 months ago or whatever. Yeah, maybe sabotaging the streams a little bit less. So you can see we're kind of building up some of the lighter stuff in here. So again, great to see everybody. We're going to do a little bit of object source lighting out here. We're going to be doing a lot of blood effects here too. Again, a bit like what we did on our Court of the Seven Headed Serpent. So again, this was last Saturday right here. You can see lots of weathering powders involved. And you'll be seeing that again here. More of our light. And of course, we're going to get some more light on our Trench Sniper over there. Female Sniper. Lots of mud effects, lots of blood effects, because, you know, Trench Crusade and all. So, Pun, I was telling Blades to talk about the charity thing that you're doing at Adepticon. So, Pun, why don't you, if you got any links or something like that, why don't you share those for the charity thing? It's a raffle, right? Because I was trying to tell folks that, you know, one of the busts for me is going to be in there. That'll be one of the one of the things that you can get in that fabulous raffle there. But yeah, Pun, if you just want to kind of talk about it a little bit, because I was kind of telling them what the cause was and everything. If you want to just kind of give a little bit of a preview of it. And again, it's going to be at Adepticon. So for all the folks going to Adepticon, this is something that you can contribute to. Goes to a really good cause. No, Valfair actually, supper consisted of a few slices of cheese. That was, it was fromage. There you go. Yeah, Blades. We had fromage for supper. I mean, it was total fromage. It wasn't KD or anything like that. It was just regular old fromage. Because more fromage, more better, right, Blades? All right, I think we're just about ready to start doing some of our glazy stuff here. And again, we're talking about doing more of an opaque kind of a glaze. You can do this with the acrylics too, but certainly works out real nifty with the oils. Again, doing essentially an opaque kind of glaze. So I'm going to take this here. I'm going to take some of this here. We're going to mix in some of this. And it is going to be, oh, you know, grab me a little bit of that too. It's not necessarily supposed to make it super dark. All right, here we go. See how that is going? Look at that. See that? It is somewhat darker. I thought we had this turned off. We're going to get rid of this right here. Because, you know, don't want to deal with that. So again, there's a little kind of synopsis of the charity there that Pun Expected again is going to be trying to raise some funds for at Adepticon. And a prize. Let's see, Pun's going to have a booth in Fort Wampo where you can get Prime miniatures for $10, and the money goes to veteran mental health. So super good cause. All the folks going to Adepticon. Well, you're probably going to be at Fort Wampo anyways, so why not head on over to, why not visit Pun, do the $10, get the fig, have some fun, and again, support a good cause at the same time. So you can kind of see how this is starting to move out. Now we can go a little darker. How's about, well, let's bring in the Prussians. We are bringing in some Prussian blue plus some phthalo green. You can see that's like a little darker. In here too, yeah. So great to see you there, Rico. Hopefully, Squeak is, what would you say, a little more chilled out today. But I wasn't kidding you, Recoil, about those two schnauzers there. Holy smokes. They literally ran and hid behind me when the owners came back home. They basically were like, save us from the scary people. They had all kinds of bizarro habits, like grabbing mouthfuls of food, dragging them into the living room, and like dropping it on the floor. Yeah, that stopped within pretty much 24 hours. It was a simple solution. It was whatever food's in the bowl was what you get. If you start carrying it around the house and leaving it on the floor, well, you better eat that because there's nothing more going in that bowl. Very simple solution. They also had a habit of not coming into the house when you would let them outside. Even though you're standing there with the door open. So, first time they did that, I'm like, okay, it's about 12 degrees out there. You get to stay out there. Yep, again, that took all of about 5 minutes to cure that particular little habit. And then after that, everything was, okay, if it's this time, this happens. And they could count it within 2 days. They were already into the routine. That's good, Recoil. Nice to see you there, Nurgle Matthew. I mean, this is the Omni channel, right, Recoil? It's not just a painting channel or an object source light channel or a Lord of the Rings channel or even just a cuisine channel. It's a gardening channel. It's also a dog care channel as well, I guess. So it is the Omni channel, as we like to call it. So we are leaving a little bit of that brown primer showing through. Even on our Aowen from last night, there are still some areas here where you can see a teensy amount of that brown primer still showing through. And again, this was what, 5.5-ish hour stream or so, start to finish. Yeah, something like that. Bingo. So, Monster Den, are you, hopefully you're pretty far along on all of your Adepticon stuff? Because, yeah, here I actually get to ask you. You won't be quite so busy trying to manage the broadcast and everything else here. Nice to see you there, Dark Horse. Of course, we cover all of that on the Wampoville Sports Network. Actually, I just did a video for my niece in this studio because she just won MVP of her tournament up there in Alaska. Now, of course, what do we know here? I don't do names, I don't do dates, and I certainly don't do times. I just do words. That's all I do is words. I don't do those other things. I also don't do math. None of those things. I just do words. That's all I do, Grey Wolf. Just words. And we don't necessarily adhere to a certain quality of those words either. It's you get the words that you get. In no particular order. 5 pieces, 4 almost done, and a 5th started tonight. Now, what's the one? Oh gosh, the It's the one that doesn't do any of the Shatterpoint stuff. Right? Oh, Marvel Crisis Protocol, right? It's like it would be nice if they did some Shatterpoint stuff. I mean, look, I got all these glowy sticks, man. So so great to see you there, Nurgle Matthew. So again, you can see we've got kind of a little bit of our glazy stuff going there now for our sniper lady here. We're going to take this. Again, another semi-opaque glaze. This is pretty much what we did with the Eowyn figure. A little bit more of our Terra Rosa. Nah, one more thinner. There you go. Now remember, there's no zenithal on this. This lighter stuff that's on here, you can see how that's starting to mix together right there? That's the whole point. We call it an active zenithal. Looky here. Look at this. See how that's actually getting lighter? That is actually getting lighter. We're going to do the same thing here. See that? That glazy thing starts getting a little bit lighter. Now we go back. We refresh here. This is going to be a little bit darker because we're not quite letting it mix right with all of the other stuff that is there. That's the whole point. See, we're going to do this some more. Again, you can see how that kind of gets a little bit lighter, right? That is... Now, we don't have quite as much of the skin tone, but we did the same thing there. And all of the uniform stuff, we'll be doing kind of a similar thing here. But then you saw we went back in with the midtones and lights to create almost kind of a greenish look there. And then here we've got, again, more of our leathers. Now, again, Grey Wolf, if you want to share some stuff in the chat there, any of your Journeys in Middle-earth stuff, yeah, please be feel like you can do that, Grey Wolf. Definitely feel like you can do that. And again, Monster Den, if there's anything you want to share picture-wise, whatevs, go ahead and do that. Oh, you know what? I'm going to get me... This is full tome into the mix here. And again, see if we do this. See, it's going to mix more. You know what? I'm going to get me some green into that as well. We're looking for maximum variety here. That's what we want to see, especially in these early... Look at that. It just went from brown to green. Now it's going to go more to an umber over here. Super easy way, well, at least I think it is, to get a whole bunch of different colors, right? Different colors working here with not a lot of time, not a lot of effort. We don't want to make this more difficult. We want to make it easier. So yeah, Grey Wolf, if you want to share some of your fabulous oil painted set. Now, Pun, did you get a chance to share your Instagram link there with some of the stuff you've been working on? And again, at Adepticon, Pun's going to be in Fort Wapple. And again, you do the $10 thing there. You get yourself a fig. You paint. You have fun painting. And you also, again, support a good cause. So do that for sure. And we're going to be having all of these busts right here. There's going to be, good grief, dozens of painted flats. There's going to be dozens of these busts of all different genres here. Even a couple of my Babylon 5 busts. So, where is the piece of art here? So I'm going to try and print these out tonight. So I've got busts made of Londo and Jakar here. So I'm going to try and print those out. I don't know if they'll be ready by tomorrow night, but we will have them at Adepticon for sure. So that's a painting that I did years ago. And I'm going to be taking that and again turning that into some busts. I was able to design some kind of Babylon 5. Again, kind of make it look a little bit like the station, right, Recoil? Now, Artemico, why don't you share some stuff in the chat there? Yes, go ahead and share some stuff in the chat. Everybody check out the Instagram link that Grey Wolf Studio just posted. Look at now, watch this. Watch this. Again here, look at this. See how, look at that. See how that mixed there? That does not happen with if you just got like a zenithal primer, because that's dead. You can't do nothing with that. Ironically, we're doing all this stuff. We're talking about dead zenithal. That zenithal's dead, Jim. I mean, I'm a painter, not a doctor. So yeah, but check out that Instagram link that Grey Wolf Studios just shared. And of course, many thanks to Toasted Goat, Hooper, and Angry Grizz for the follows. We appreciate that. You know what? I'm gonna look at that. Here's another semi-opaque glaze. That's got some red in it. Well, Indian red, anyhow. Look at that. So again, vary that. Thank you so much, Caroline. Appreciate that. Hey, why don't you do Trench Crusade gummy bears? How about not? Because we don't want to get eaten. Well, wait. People eat gummy bears? Ah, they didn't know that. Yeah, Gandalf didn't realize. Maybe he tastes. Oh, he tastes. It's like they're like jelly bean. What are the jelly bellies? That's right. Yes, they're like jelly bellies. Look at this. Another 5. So Caroline's draws a 5. Thank you so much, Monster Dan. Have a good night's sleep. See you tomorrow there, Monster Den. Hey there, Pick. How you doing? Everybody please give Pikmin Horror a follow. So, Pick, you know what you got to do. You know what you got to do. Share some stuffs there in the chat. And you got what? Did you say 4 classes you're doing at Adepticon, right, Pick? Definitely let folks know what you're doing class-wise. And again, Monster Den, have a good one. Appreciate you being here. Appreciate the raid. All the good stuff. So thanks, Carolines. Appreciate that follow. Now here, this is more of a... Look at this. We're doing it again. See that? You see how that kind of almost looks like a little bit of cloudy stuff there? That is because that lighter dry brush stuff, that is mixing. That is mixing with what's already there. Let's get our... Ooh, look at that. Look at that. That's some of our burnt umber. Because we got these, your trench boards right here. Look at that. Right along the bottom there. Kara is definitely good. Because I do words. As you saw, Kara, I clearly do words, right? So, Dig Batty, if you want to share some stuff in the chat, please go ahead. Everybody also give Dig Batty a follow, too. Do all the follows. So, yeah, Pick, go ahead and share some... Oh, look at this. We got Asphaltum and Indian Red mixing together. That is going to be... you can kind of see, right? There's different, and when we start mixing the lighter stuff in there, you're going to see it even more. I'm going to go back to the Van Dyke Brown here. We got a couple of shell casings right there. You know, we got to get all the way down to here. Let's do that. All the way down there. There's mostly going to be weathering powders down in this area here. All right, now for the hair, we're going to go darker. Darker on the hair. These are regular oil paints right out of the tube. Now, because Adepticon is bearing down on us, for the most part, it's Alkids. It's Alkids or bust until after Adepticon, because those will dry really fast as well. Again, case in point, we were just painting these last Saturday, and, well, I wouldn't be sticking them in my hand if they weren't dry, right? Everybody check out the Insta link that Dig Batty posted, the Instagram link that Nitro Spectra just posted, and of course Pikmin Horror. And give those follows too, because Pikmin again has some Adepticon classes that Pick's going to be doing. 2 classes, okay. And there are some open spots in the textures class. Now we know, we were talking about it last night. Many forms of contrast. One of those is texture, and we'll demo that in just a sec here. Just a second, we can demo that. We did that. Remember Valfera? Actually, Valfera. Hey, if you want to do the honors, you remember how effective that was at showing textures? So yeah, before I do that, I'll leave it. I'll leave the honors to you. So again, Dick Batty, great to see you. Thanks for being here, and of course, again, thanks for posting some links there. So yes, we'll break out the our Eowyn from last night here, and we're going to show you a little something something, which I think will be of interest. It kind of piggybacking off of what Pikmin Horror is going to be doing in terms of a class there. So I'm just going to get me there. Look at that. Look at all that nice glazy stuff right there. So we bring back Eowyn here. Now, we were talking about all the different colors in the cloth here. We got tan over there. We got almost like a blue. We got some violet down there. We got all this stuff. See again the tan, the blue, even a little bit of the skin tone right there. Now in the sword here we got a little bit of the blue, right, to reflect the sky, all that good stuff. Well, when we take all that away, the only thing, when you look at this visually and you say that this is a harder surface than this, or this, edges. Edge contrast. So the only thing we got here is value contrast and edge contrast. It's the only way you can, and reflection, right? A little bit of reflection there. So like Pikmin's, that's why that class that Pig is doing is very important, because texture is a thing. Texture is a big thing with the minis. So that's why that's a really important class there. And if there's open spots for that, you might want to get yourself in on that class. Because looky here. What do we got here? We got turquoise. This is a different environment, right? By a river. Probably that kind of early morning light, so kind of bluish, misty, whatever. So you can see much more in the turquoise and blue range. Oh, but then look at this here. We got the yellow up there, right, on that veil. Let's do another film noir. Well, that's all gone. There is no yellow, there's no turquoise, there's none of that kind of stuff. All right, that all goes away. So color temperature, color saturation, because guess what? That turquoise is also more saturated than a lot of these other colors that you see on the figure there. So again, those are really important factors in creating that contrast. So again, if you can avail yourself there of the contrasty class that Pick is going to do, I'm not saying, I'm just saying you might want to get yourself in on that. It could be pretty valuable. So thanks, Valfair. Appreciate the assist there. Now looky here. Again, watch that. We're going to see how that gets a little bit of the initial lighter, dry, brushy stuff kind of mixed in. Getting that's just super important there. More brown, more Van Dyke brown. Less of the Payne's gray now. Look at this. That's what you call capillary action right there. That is what you call capillary action. So again, Rico, glad that Squeak is being, well, now of course normal Squeak also comes with other factors, right? Recoil. And say, okay, great, you're back to normal again. So that does mean that Squeak is the owner of everything that Squeak sees, be it human or object. Nice to see you again there, Altfax. Happy Saturday. Oh, geez, yeah, we can. Wow, for an hour and 8 minutes, Valfair, I can say happy Saturday. I still got to get used to that, Valfair. Well, that's all good. That's all good, right? Recoil. Look again the change that happens here, and oh yeah, also too, 44 minutes ago, they said no paint on them. No paint on them at all. Look at this. Talk about capillary action. I didn't put anything there. Look, it's still going. It has circumnavigated the plinth. I didn't do anything there. That just happened by itself. That happened all on its. Ooh, look at this. Look at that. So that is again another semi-opaque glaze, asphaltum, which is translucent but also darker, and then that Indian red, which is kind of a cousin to Terra Rosa, which is super opaque. Look at this. We've got ourselves kind of an orangey brown contrast versus the cooler turquoise going on there. Quest for contrast. And contrast again takes a bunch of different forms. Many, many different forms. Now also too with the oils, aside from the whole alkyds thing, by doing just a little bit of that dry brush start that you saw me doing when you first came in, and now this glaze stuff over here, this is another reason why it's going to dry so much faster, because we have minimal amounts of paint. But look at this. You can see we already have a little bit of light to dark even within this guy. We haven't done any real shading yet. Look at this. It's down to the second level. Look at this. I barely have to do anything. It kind of did it all by itself. Well, looky there, huh? All right, now I'm gonna go another round. The other thing too is you can start to see that, okay, that's not quite so shiny anymore. That means we can kind of start going back in there and playing around with that. Also too, you can still see some of the brown primer in there. That's kind of a handy little thing to have. That's almost like the primer is now the underpainting. Oh, and by the way, you can make whatever primer colors you want. You could just mix some inks. You want a purple primer? You mix some of that with maybe a lighter gray or a seafoam primer. Whatever, was that? Oceanic blue. That's what that's called. How's about we do something a little less energetic here? Yeah, let's go something a little bit darker here too. Hey there, Ryan. Thanks, Ryan. Appreciate that. Ryan, well, you know the deal. You got to share. You got to share that oil painted stuff in the chat. Now, Ryan, I don't know if you actually had a chance to see these yet, but look at how those worked. I mean, that ain't nothing, right, Ryan? And every single thing printed out in here. Every single leaf. There was no weird, all the fingers, everything all printed out exactly as you would like. And then there was this, Ryan. Yeah. And then there was that. All 72 millimeter figure of that. With the mirror pool, with the malware trees, and a fun background we're going to be able to paint in there. So basically its very own shadow box. Everybody check out that link that Ryan just shared. Ryan also paints with the oils. Ryan does really amazing stuff. So you need to go check that out and explore Ryan's fabulous oil painted stuff. Now this is a whole bunch darker here. Look at that. But still it has that semi-opacity to it. Look at this. So now we're starting to be a little more targeted with these. Before it kind of seemed very rando. It's like, holy smokes, there's just stuff going all over the place. Which kind of was the fact. That's sort of what was happening. Now, Ryan, I actually have to reprint these, knowing what I know about supports now. Yeah, it's a whole different world there, Ryan. Oh, and Ryan, when it came to that giant flat, bas relief that I printed, shadow box, whatever, I didn't realize that there were different sized tree supports. I selected like the smallest tree support. They're almost, some of the smallest ones were more like resin supports, very, very tiny. So I was really intrigued by that, Ryan. Actually, again, that next Patreon vid is going up basically after the stream. As soon as I can upload that baby after the stream, and that is going to show how I made that's how I made those shadow box things. That's all going to be shown in the latest tutorial video on the Patreon page. And again, also too, you want to get your paws on some of these files here. I will be making these available to the folks on the Patreon page. Yeah, these are all test prints right now. So yeah, see how we're getting more and more shading in here without really having to do any shading. Also too, again, this is still a semi-opaque glaze right here. Still semi-opaque. There's just a little bit of some of this stuff over here. So see, those are all opaque colors. This is an opaque color. Yeah, and then nothing says we can't kind of go back the other way now. You say, how's about some lighter stuff getting in here in addition to some of that lighter dry brushy stuff. Valfira. So Valfira, let's wait till Monday because tomorrow's going to be too crazy. Because if you send the request for access while I'm doing that broadcast thing, well, we'll miss out on the timing again, Valfira. So we'll do that on Monday, right, Camden? How you doing? Look at this. I'm going to take this. Look, it's like a little repository of some color that I need. It's just sitting there in the eyes. I'm going to take that. I'm going to drag that down here. Look at this. I'm just going to take that color out of the eyes and just start dragging that around. So Camda, why don't you share some of your oil painted stuff, and everybody please give Camda Paints a follow, because Camda paints also with the oils. You sense a theme. Of course, Valfair, if you want to share the dragon and such, also please go ahead and do that. Now Camda, all of this stuff down here, which is now getting all over my hand, as I just saw that, I put none of that glaze there. That just traveled from everywhere else on the plinth. Now also too, if you get a little bit of paint on your hands, 2 seconds with some warm water and dish soap, boom, it's gone. It is literally gone in seconds. So yeah, Velfira, Velfira, I'm hoping to also have at least just a folder with all of these sculpts, because again, the Eldritch Foundry folks, they wanted to take a look at the plinths, because that's another thing we're talking about doing together. Because I was showing them the different plinths, and I said, you realize that most busts are just like on a stick or on a box or a cylinder. I think ours look a little bit more interesting than that, do they not, Valfira? Now, there wasn't as much of the object source lighting, again, in the reference images that I got down there, but I was hoping that we could get a little bit more of that on here ourselves. Now, this is a little bit more of the phthalo green in it here. I'm just trying to get some of that stuck down in here. Yeah, there's still some of that brown primer showing through here. Now over here, look at this. Some of that glazy stuff we did, well, that's starting to set a little bit. Think of it like green stuff. At a certain point, green stuff, you can't really do too much more with it. It's still flexible, but you can't really sculpt with it, and that's a little bit like what we're looking for with the oils. We want to keep hammering away at it while it's still super shiny like that. Taking some of that paint away. And again, all of this is all wet, but it's all mixing together. See that? Look at this here. Same thing. It's all mixing together. That's 54 minutes ago. These had no paint on them. Yeah, there was bingo paint on those. None whatsoever. How's about we start fooling around again with this one, because guess what? I don't see so much shiny on the face there, which means we can get some Terra Rosa, some of this, and let us start to do some lighter stuff on that face. like we do. Little lighter, little lighter. It's mixed, just like what happened on that Stahlhelm, right, a second ago. That's what's starting to happen here now on the face. Got to go back and refresh. This paint is a whole bunch thicker than what is on there. And you can see there's no gentle, like slightly lighter, slightly lighter. Nope, we're going strong to the hoop on this. We're going way lighter. Nothing weak in the lane. We're going strong down that lane to the hoop. Draw the foul, make the basket, get the free throws. Boom. Something even lighter here. And just a matter of minutes, maybe even seconds, we go from something that really had not a whole bunch of anything to, you know what, that's kind of starting to look like a face there. It does not have to be complex. It does not have to take forever. And there's still a bunch of glaze stuff that's, sitting around there. You could wait longer. That's why I'm working on two of these, by the way. Yeah, it's one of the reasons I'm working on a couple of these at the same time, because I could kind of set this one aside and then start to play around with this one. Right, Unhappy Dan? Thanks, Dan. Everybody, hey, Unhappy Dan, why don't you share some stuff in the chat there? Thanks, Unhappy Dan. Appreciate that. Much appreciated. But now at a certain point, we have to kind of say, okay, enough of that. How's about we start messing around with some other areas here? Other areas. Whatevs. I'll just grab this thing. Some green here. Little more. Okay. In we go. So look at that. It's mixing with that brown straight away over here. Look at this. You can see it's mixing. Look at how dark that brush is now. Okay, we refresh it. We come back. This is almost the same sort of dry brushy-esque type stroke we were using at the get-go. Only here, right, we have all of this stuff that we can blend with. And then we say, all right, no more fooling around there. Let's go somewhere else. Nice to see you there, Sage Dragon. So of course, well, geez, I get to still say happy Saturday there, Sea Dragon. My instinct is to say, oh, it's got to be Sunday already. Nope, it's still Saturday. See that? Look at this. Why would I want to spend a whole bunch of time shading a sandbag? Or we just say, you know what? How's about we do it the easy way? We do that. Yeah, I'm liking that. That I like. Also, remember all the color changes we were doing as we were putting these, like here? Okay, that's already got some green. There's literally already some green sitting right there, so that means anything I put there is going to get a greenish tint to it. Over here, it's going to be more of a reddish tint, not a radish. Look at this. I'm going to take me some opaque violet. And that's going on leather, because leather, I mean, naturally you use an opaque violet to highlight leather. I mean, come on. Who doesn't do that, right, Sea Dragon? So that escalated quickly. Oh, give me, look at this. I'm going to take this crazy, it's our periwinkle. It's our radiant periwinkle there, Cam. Look at that. That's going to go on the Stahlhelm over here. More of that down here. Oh, by the way, just a craft brush, pennies on the dollar, makes a fabulous kind of a microfilbert brush right there. Look at this. I mean, I'm just saying, this could be a bit easier way to think about doing your painting here, because like this is happening pretty quick. Again, that's 1 hour. Well, also 14 seconds, right? Unhappy dance. That's the critical part. All right, let's put that aside. See how that's not shiny anymore, like all this other stuff here. This right here. Guess what? Just like the other helm, we're gonna do this one like so. Yeah. Boom. Okay. Um, I would guess that took less than a minute to do that. Well, you would hope. Now, again, here there's too much shiny, right? Too much shiny, so we got to leave that alone. I'll go back here, and I think the hair, we can just, look at how I'm holding this brush here. Just got 2 fingers on this brush. A very light grip on this brush here. So again, just these 2 fingers, that's it. See that? See how it's picking up that darker color? Again, doing just a little bit of, we kind of went dry brush, super glaze, kind of back to dry brush again. This is the way, right, Camda? This is the way. Because with the oil paints, you need to kind of think of thicker paint over thinner paint, also vice versa. Now we're kind of doing the versa part. We did the vice part before, now we're doing the versa. We went basically kind of thick, then thin, back to thick again. I think you can anticipate what we'd be doing next. We would be going back around again to the thinner stuff after this. So on, so forth, rinse and repeat. But not too many times, right, Nurgle Matthew? There you go. So, Matthew, hopefully Saturday was a super fun day, and of course, happy Valentine's Day to everybody out there. Because I think, wow, gee, Cedra, it's 11:11. Well, at least it is here. It's 11:11. So happy 11/11 to everybody. More light stuff. Back here. Let's start doing some parts of his uniform here. Now I don't have our fabulous perline black hair, so we're gonna create a little something here. Look at that, filbert brush mode. Look at this. So it almost looks like we have a nice point. Oh no, we actually have a chisel edge. We have a painting chisel right here. Yes, indeed. We got ourselves a painting chisel, which this green now. So see, we got like that kind of reddish brown. Over the top of that is this mid-tone opaque green there. Same here. So we're getting kind of, it's almost like it's being pre-weathered, right? It's like the rust is already there, or any kind of mud or whatever is already on there. By virtue of, again, putting this green and letting it mix. Look at that brush. See all that darker stuff on there? So Armored Wolf, unfortunately, I didn't get a chance to put that together. Probably won't be able to till tomorrow evening. But that light up cupcake holder thing, that showed up today. I'll get that put together. We'll take a look at it. I'll send you pictures. and you can say, hey, yeah, that would work for the dice bags, or no, it might be a little too small, unfortunately, for the dice bag. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. So again, look, there's still brown primer. I can still see the brown primer in some places there. Now we got to give that just some time to set. All right, we get rid of that. I'm thinking I'm gonna grab me this brush maybe. Nah, no. Let's go with this. Let's go with this. Let's go with this brush here, and radiant green. Touch of that blue, and then some of this. So we're gonna start going a little bit lighter here. Now, what did we say? We got to go a little bit thinner. By thinner doesn't mean you have to go pin line wash thinner. This is maybe a 50-50 mix versus what we were just doing before a second ago, which was 100% paint, no thinner. Now we're kind of at 50-50. Look at that. See how we're starting to get some lights in there? Now the other thing I was wondering, Armored Wolf, is if we were to skip one of the levels, right? So if it's 4 levels, just put, instead of, I don't know if it would work, but if there's a way to construct it so that we only use 3 of the 4, then there would be more height, if you know what I mean, in between them. So look, see that? See how that's starting to get, look at this. Look what we're going to do here. Same thing. Same deal in all those areas. Now let's do this. Let's do this. Now, what was kind of a mid-tone all of a sudden starts to look real dark. Why? Because we have something lighter next to it. Also, by the way, this is not as light as we can go here. So we instantaneously have a whole bunch of value contrast there that wasn't there a second ago. Get these going. There we go. Ooh, look at that. Look at that. Looky here. More up. Just 2. But all the while, all this paint is very much wet, which means this is my palette right here. This other thing over here, which by the way is just a piece of parchment paper, we just called it a color storage device, right, Camda? We don't refer to that as a palette. This is our palette. Look at this. It's going to start mixing. See that? It's all going to start mixing together. Is it not easier, huh, to do this? It's happening pretty quick. Yeah, just not even an hour, 10 minutes. Really, more like an hour because we had a wee bit of show and tell going on. So I'm going to call it an hour. And yeah, a little bit more. So blades, I'm hoping to have this for tomorrow. I'll send you the pictures. Remember those baseball stadiums I was telling you about that I sculpted years and years ago? I'm gonna try to see what I can do with the pictures of those. So in Happy Dan, these are all a bunch of Trench Crusade busts. So these are the first couple of my Red Brigades. This is the female sniper. We've got, I just call this a Trench Spirit. Earlier we showed our Winged Hussar. So this was super fun. And again, I've got tons more designs. The very first one I made was this. This was a character that I made up, oh gosh, how many months ago? Maybe about 9 months, 10 months ago. So I did the flat first, and I liked it so much, I said, let's see if we can't turn that into a bust. Unfortunately, the sketch of that character is buried under a bunch of flats, so I can't reach the sketch for you right now. Otherwise, I'd show you that too. But yeah, the initial sketch that I did for that. Thanks, Unhappy Dan. Appreciate that. And again, everybody, please give Unhappy Dan a follow. Give Meekback a follow too. Pun Expected, Blades 81, Monster Den, Camda, and also Recoil, because Recoil is going to be streaming some super fabulous basing stuff. So Recoil again, if you wanted to share anything, I know it's not quite ready to be doing that just yet, but if you want to share anything, please go ahead. Oh, you're right, Camda. You're right. It was September. Yeah, all of this stuff didn't even have the ability to make the flats, right, Camda, until September. It was mid-September. And that was one of the very first ones that I did, that Trench Crusade one. It's getting to be that time, right, Recoil? It's getting to be that time. There will be also, there's going to be some blood effects too, like here on that Skelly friend, but you can see there's still shiny stuff here. And by the way, this is also not the lightest light. We can go lighter than this. But we want to make sure we give that paint a chance to set. And again, this is a little bit more thinner in it than, obviously what we were just putting on there, but it is not a pin line wash. If it was, it would just either bounce off of there or it would kind of go all over the place where we don't want it. Nothing good would happen. That is why we are using, again, something that's got some thinner in it, but not too much. Now, this is, with the oil paints, I would not suggest like this will be my first thing that I do with oils. Yeah, maybe not. First of all, the color charts, which again are also buried, but try this. And this is good with acrylic stuff too. You take one light color, you take one dark color, and you do a value study. This way you're not fighting with the paint the way it works, in addition to fighting with color concepts and all that other stuff. Keep it simple, keep it safe. Don't make it too hard for yourself straight away. That's just going to lead to frustration. There's a good kind of frustration where you're learning stuff, maybe the hard way, like all of our printing stuff, right, Ryan? Oh, hey, Ryan. It is basically every day they let you just go in there and do that voting stuff. Now, I don't know if you've noticed, there's a lot of the same ones that keep popping up over and over again. But, again, I'm going to need those 200 per day because there's so much to generate for that Eldritch Foundry thing. Oh my goodness. That is now a part of our daily ritual, Ryan. It's almost that time, Recoil. Yeah, right. For all that Starship stuff, oh my goodness. Even if it's just the minimum of 50 parts, and I would rather do like 60, but let's just say it's 50, and let's say everything goes perfect on the very first go round, 50 times 20, that's going to be several, that could be several days worth of going in there and voting on renders, right? Yes, indeed. Now again, look at this. Here we're going to put a little, because that has set enough. See, we're going to do that over here. Watch this. Now I can finally get to this. Whoops, that was a little too much thinner. I can finally start putting a little something something on here. It's finally begun to set a little bit more. Here, too shiny. Look, I mean, you can see that. Too shiny, not going to fool around with that. That would be a no bueno right there. Let's not mess with that. Let's go over here where I don't see the shiny. Oh, up here we haven't done too much there. More of that down here. Now let's again look at our other ones so you can see there's much less shiny stuff going on there. All right, so we'll get back to that one as well. All right. What's happening? Let's do this. Got to fish this brush all the way down into there. Also in there. Also in here. Our chain is going to need a couple little bits of light on it. There is still plenty of the brown primer showing through, even at this stage. Even at the final stage, there will still be, you'll still be able to look at this, and there will be parts where you're going to be able to see all the way down to the primer. I know most folks, they think oil painting, they think the super heavy, canvas type thing where the paint is put on there with a steam shovel and it's going to take months to dry. That's not what we're doing here. We don't even do that on our 2D stuff. Is this it here? Yeah. You can even see, see in the sky there, that's very much a watercolor treatment. That's basically just the same kind of glazes with the oils like we were doing on this, with almost some of the same colors. So again, this is painted with oils, the same exact oil paints we are using here. And this was dry the next day. I mean, some parts of this were dry during the stream, because this is such an absorbent surface. So again, both of those are oil painted with the same paints. And a lot of the same principles. Why would it really be all that different? Paint is just paint. This bust is not being painted any different than I paint those, than our little small ships here, like our Harad flagship. Some of the same colors I'm using on him is literally the same combos that I used in the wake of our ship right there. Same stuff. Yeah, now Arta Michael, you had a chance to share your stuff earlier, right? I think so. Now, I guess, Michael, okay, the game with the rats didn't get to do that. If you can hopefully kind of arrange it, what would the next game be, if it's possible to arrange it? Nah, that's too late. That is way too late. Well, looky here. We got this just sitting here. Bam, that's better. That is better. Much better. Okay, well, get me a little bit of that teal there too. Now on our skelly friend here, and some of this stuff. Nah, let's not jump the gun. Oh, you know what? I can start doing some stuff on his face here. I can start doing some stuff there. Now let's take, almost like a violet color here. All right. Let's take this radium. Now this is much more like paint out of the tube right here. This is very much not thinned down paint. Why? Because we got a whole bunch of thinner still floating around on this thing. Let's make that work for us instead of fighting it here. We're going to be getting some warmer greens into this as well. Little touch more of this. So again, you can see this is kind of almost again like a dry brush type of brush stroke here. Got some more stuff down. And let's take this in our Mars Yellow Deep. Gonna hit the epaulets there. Get some shell casings. Mars Yellow Deep is a It's in a kind of like well, it's the Mars Yellow Deep is the Terra Rosa of yellows, right, Camden? Much like chromium oxide green is the Terra Rosa of greens. Okay, so hopefully be able to get a chance to play against the Ogres there. I would imagine there would probably be one or two really stupid rolls. Oh no, they don't. They just have bonehead. They don't have really stupid. They have bonehead. That's right. Okay, let me take this one here because now again we're starting to see. We're starting to see things really begin to settle here. I'm gonna now this is where we're gonna kind of go the oppo way. Here we got asphaltum, kind of dry brushing in some darker stuff there. Now we're gonna go straight up terra rosa in some parts of the strap here, and not everywhere. Just some parts of the strap, not everywhere. Stock on the gun as well. And again, we're going to be utilizing a whole bunch of our weathering powders. We got a whole bunch of them kind of sitting around over here. Going to be utilizing a bunch of these right here. So yeah, you'll be seeing those soon enough. Back to it here. Nope, Terra Rosa. Come on, there we are. Some Terra Rosa here in the... Look at that. Now, this becomes much more green by default. We made that more green by making this more red, if that makes any sense. That is how you can kind of, well, we're optical delusionists, are we not, Camda? Camda, part of it is it's so opaque, but it's also kind of thick. It's kind of like Indian yellow, Camda. Indian yellow can be, it can be a spot of bother, let's put it that way, yeah. Indian yellow can be a little jinky, for sure, on a figure because it's just got a weird consistency to it. It's just a little weird, if you know what I mean. Let's see. No, Ulf Warner. That was the Norse team. I think there's now the team when I had a necromantic team. There was two werewolves. Those were kind of your superstars. The whites weren't so bad either. They were kind of interesting, almost Blitzer-esque. I think you could have two of the flesh golems, and then there was skellies and zombies. I think. I don't know if you could have ghouls. I think you could have ghouls as well. Where's a blendy brush thing? Ah, look at here. Now here we're just kind of taking some of that paint. We're kind of reorganizing it a little. We're not doing this. We're doing this. It's just like a little tap tap tap. It's like a bit of Morse code there. See that? And that's starting to develop into a wee bit of a portrait. Bit of a portrait. Basically almost dry brushing in some lighter stuff there on the ear. So two ghouls, two doggies, couple of golems, a bunch of zombos. And you can't get ghouls, okay? Yeah, the last time I played a necromantic team, Ardamico, was 2003. Yeah, it's been a while. It may or may not have been a while since I last played one. So that's only 23 years ago. It's almost like yesterday. Where is... Yeah, there's my blending brush. See that? Here, look, we'll do it again. Watch this. Blammo. take this guy. So say it's a big old blob spatula of paint, which we are now going to do this to turn into something that well, almost looks like some airbrush there, doesn't it? I think they can they get up to 4? The undead teams of your weights? Again, that would be circa 2003. Um, last time I played Blood Bowl was 2007. So, again, the game's changed a little bit since them days. Just a mite bit. You need to get lighter there, don't you? Yes, you do. And again, now that this has had a chance to set, see, that's mixing in there real easy, like real easy. Yeah, what was it? The old Amazon team would have 4 catchers, 4 blitzers, and up to 4 throwers, I think. Huh? Look at that. Look at that. More. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Also, I'm gonna go more towards the violet here. That needs to be a bit. There we go. That's what's missing in there. Fortunately, we have a decent amount of our grayish color in there already because, again, a lot of this mixed in with it. You know what? I'm going to grab me a little bit of some... yeah, I'm going to throw this out there. I'm going to throw some of this out there. Where the heck are you going to go? Fine, I'll just put you there. Woof. That was way more than I needed. No probs. No probs. We shall mix that. Where's the asphaltum? Now, a little more of that magenta. We gotta darken up the upper lip. We have to also put some reflected light in there too. Let's get a little bit of coloration on that lower lip like you do. There we go. There you are. Now maybe around the eyes is here. I'm also gonna put some of that. Don't usually do that, but I think with this character might not be the worst thing ever to have that around there. Yeah, Arda Michael, I can remember back in the day, they used to actually have blister packs that would have kind of like, one blitzer, one thrower, basically a blister pack of positionals because of that very reason. You know what? While I'm thinking about what we got going on over here with this, see, that's still a little too shiny in there. I was going to try and get the really light stuff in his eyes, but we shall wait. Don't be hasty. Now, the one thing that I really wanted to do here, and again, get kind of a bit more of a reddish tint on the snoot here. We did this, I think you saw it very much on our Gandalf and Theodens. So see, we have that kind of reddish tone there, and then again, see some of those reds right in there. We did that on Thursday. We're going to do that again here. Artemico, it is so much more fun playing the game, and of course now, gee whiz, the first Blood Bowl pitch that I made was just, again, it was pink foam. And remember a couple of streams ago, Artem Michael, I was talking about the one guy who insisted that, regular dice with pips on them just don't roll true, and he only had casino dice. Well, the one downside of casino dice is that they have razor sharp edges. So guess what happened when he rolled those razor sharp edge dice on my pink foam Blood Bowl field. Yeah. Guess what happened? The divots are still there. Let's put it that way. Camden, if there is, I'm gonna look around and see if there's a custom dice thing that would be casino dice, right? We need Book of Wampo casino style dice. What you've never seen, Camden, is it was the stadium that I made for it was my human team. They were called the Las Vegas Hustlers, and their stadium was a casino. Yeah, there was even a dice. There was actually a dice rolling thing built into the stadium. The stadium, again, it was a casino. So there was lots of green felt everywhere. My baseball stadium that I made, Recoil had it had two felt rolling trays next to it. Recoil, I was really hoping to have that for this, this weekend here. All of the Eldritch Foundry stuff basically kind of blew that up. I at least was able to find the players there. Recoil. Well, I found the ones that were where they were supposed to be. The ones that I took out here to be able to show people, those I still got to find. And of course, that's Francois and Pierre, the two stars of the team, right? You know what? This needs more light. Whoops, maybe not that much light. No probs. Look at this. Look at that. We will just take the color that's already here, and we'll let that all blend in real nice like. We'll do that over here. I was just thinking about actually, I was just thinking about them yesterday, Recoil. Taking some more of the light there. So again, we're really starting to build up the facial details there. Let me at least get the darker stuff above the eyes here. Let's do that. Ooh, hopefully that's not too thin. Let me try this again. We also need the eyebrows in place here. Let's start doing that. Do the same over here. Same above the eyes. There. Also there. And I think looking off to the left is the way I want to go with that. More of that. There we go. Continue that down to here. Construct those eyebrows a little more, like you do. That's ironic, Arda Michael, because that county is also where Kathy's family is from. Same thing. I'm going to try this one again here. And then we'll have to kind of leave that alone, too, for a little smidge, to let that have a chance to cure. Again, kind of looking off to the left, just a little bit there. Darken these down. We need to get a little rosé in here, though. There's going to be a lot of mud on this too, so I'm not sure we need a touch of a whole bunch of rosé on that. We are going to leave the face alone. We're going to try to get some light also. Oh, in the hair. Let's do that. So yeah, Cam, unfortunately the AliExpress thing, that just not able to access that. So we'll have to come up with some other method. I'm sure there's something out there. Well, I mean, I had casino chips made. Where'd they go? Where's me casino chips here? There they are. I mean, geez, if I'm gonna have these things made, right? Life is like juggling flaming chainsaws, right? Recoil. If I can have those made, I can certainly have casino dice made somewhere. And now that's something I got to look up real soon because again, Adepticon, it's not exactly tomorrow, but it's not exactly 3 months from now either. Nah, that's good. That's too warm. Too warm. I want to go a little cooler, which means try that mix. Even that's still a little bit too much on the warm side there. We'll roll with it for now. We can always tint that later if we want. Thanks, Armored Wolf, for sharing the link to the various YouTube channels. I think this is our gummy bears here. Let me see if I can get that link. Yeah, so this is the latest vid. This shows all 28 of the painted gummy bears. So you can check out that link right there. Back to the hair. And of course, Rico, the nifty thing is, okay, we're talking about the miniatures of the mimes and all that kind of stuff, but guess what else we could do, Recoil? We could do, well, shadow box dioramas of them. So, like, actual action shots of the mimes. And the way I was going to do that was to basically animate them, right? Kind of like how some of my favorite miniatures of the Shadow Lord are actually created from animating my original figure. So that is something that I've been experimenting more and more with, Ryan, is again, looking at some of the animations that I make, and I say, I really love that particular pose, that expression, whatever. It's sort of like having basically a live human model, and you say, okay, look, here, grab this sword or whatever, grab this shield, do this pose or whatever, and in this kind of lighting. So it's basically like you literally have your own living model or something like that that you can use to repose. Wow, I didn't. Wow, Rico, it's interesting how many folks from one end up at the other, right? Actually, Kathy does have, ironically enough, a pair of jeans that were signed by Jervis, and I believe he's wrote, oh yeah, keep rolling sixes or something like that. Yeah, so that was the 2007 or something. Yeah, the first Blood Bowl tournament we ever did, and it was this little. Well, it was the dungeon. No, that was the headquarters, the HQ. They don't do regional HQs anymore with GW, but yeah, this was like a regional HQ store, and he went there, and she actually had him sign the jeans, and it says "Keep rolling sixes, Jervis." And of course, well, there's the baseball game, right? Recoil that I was able to discover at least all of the charts. Well, there's actually still the special play chart. I think is still missing. There's still a couple of charts that I need to find. So now we're starting to get some of the later stuff on the rifle there. And look at this, it's still only 1 hour 38 minutes. Both of these here, again, 1 hour 38 minutes ago, they had no paint on them at all. I'm not saying, I'm just saying. Does this not look somewhat easy? Well, relatively easy. You no painful layering process or anything like that. We do the important stuff. We get right at it. Not a lot of fooling around. Getting right down to business. I'm actually gonna, this is actually some light blue. Actually putting some light blue into the skin tone there. Doing that up here too. And down here, we're going to probably pretty soon be putting our weathering powder. Actually, very soon, probably. We'll be putting some weathering powders down here because why would we not do that first? And again, the other reason we do that is because the weathering powders will cure along with as the oil paint cures, the weathering powders will cure right along with it. How light is that? I want more green. That's that. There we go. Essentially, again, doing like a dry brush type of a brush stroke. Remember this right here when all that stuff was super, super glazy. Now it's very easy to do stuff in here because it's not quite so glazy anymore. We're basically taking a greenish color and we're going to be highlighting here our brown with green because natural. Yeah, what do you mean it's not just lighter brown on top of lighter brown? I mean, you could do that. That's not going to be super visually interesting. It'll be kind of blah. Not exactly going to hold the viewer's attention that way. Now that has a little bit of the Mars yellow deep. Essentially some of the same stuff we were doing down on the sandbags. Actually, I just realized we haven't done anything on that sandbag. We got all kinds of different colorations happening here. Do this. Also this. No. Let's do this. So that's some of the Van Dyke brown. Yeah. That is better. Yeah, let's throw some of that in the recess. There's still some of our initial glaze stuff too that's still active. Well, I'm gonna put a little bit of the Naples yellow into that brown. Let's lighten this up a smidge here. So I think what we'll do is after I go refresh the medicine and such, I'm gonna break out the weathering powders and we'll throw some weathering powders out there. Because I think that's really gonna add a whole bunch of texture in addition to kind of some color contrast. If you remember the bust that we did, well, the last 2 weeks on our Saturday, it's like Trench Crusade Saturdays here lately. Well, we'll be coming back with some darks on top of that anyway. Speaking of which, the light, we need some right along that. And then more here. Blending brush. Cut some of that down. Also that was way too light there. Do this. Let's do that. More of that down in here too. Some of our wood over here. Yeah, I'm not going to bother too much with that until we do the weathering powders, because once those hit this thing, then we say, okay, you know what? We don't really have to waste a whole bunch more time here. Again, saving time on stuff that maybe is not the most essential. It's going to let you do a whole bunch more in a lot less time. Okay, so we'll set that off to the side for now, and we're going to get back to him. Oh, his eyes are almost to a point where I can start to put some our light down in there. Now I can start to fool around with some of the stuff down here on the plinth. I had to kind of wait. Again, this was way, way, way too glazy. And again, a lot of weathering powder, also a lot of blood effects going in there too. This one's going to be very different. Here, let me again get my references back up here. Tons and tons of weathering and blood effects here. So that was one of the reasons I thought I could do both of these. Now here also too, I'm going to say the paint has set enough for me to try this. Oh, look at this. Conveniently, it's pretty much set and ready to go here. This is almost like another little round of glazy stuff. It is not super pin line wash. It's real close to a pin line wash, but not quite. See how that, because it's not traveling absolutely everywhere. That is kind of the difference. And once again, we can only just touch the surface here. We can't be dragging it along. Well, we can, but it's gonna be doing that mixing stuff, which if that's what we want, fine. In this case, not quite what I'm looking for. So that starts to look a little bit different. A little different now. I'm gonna go back to that. I want maybe a little bit more of the asphaltum, a little bit less of the Indian red. So that's our mix here: asphaltum and Indian red. That makes for a really nice dark rust color. Now, asphaltum also makes for a really nifty horse fur color. We've used that a ton of times on horse fur. Up and over shoulder there. More chain down here. More chain over here. Chains over here. Now these will mostly just get, again, weathering patterns. Got more chains over here. And again, I am trying to work on some more kind of demonic Trench Crusade stuff. Kind of was trying to do some tank crews and some artillery crews. Really kind of focusing on the artillery crew more so maybe than the tank crew. Because, World War I, artillery, all that. Guess what? Gonna get me some of that on Stahlhelm over here. Like you do. And that can be mixed. But we tried doing this with acrylics. All of these things you're seeing me do right here, we're going to just take that and spread that around. That would be nasty watermarks right there. But no water, no watermarks. Don't have to worry about it. Couple little, much darker influences of the asphaltum in there. And you, yeah, okay, so that's a little bit of chain right there. Take you as well, okay. And again, oh, this is the perfect time kind of to do all the weathering powder stuff because this is still kind of shiny here. That means it's really just going to bond to it almost instantly, almost instantaneously. Just going to just get sucked up by that. It's a little bit of our lighter rust color there. Here we can't do too much because it just kind of mixes with what's there. See, like there, right there, it didn't actually stick at all. It just bounced right off. We had to go a little thicker right there. So Fiendish Fairy, it really doesn't, and sometimes too, it also will impact the acrylics. Some of it won't have quite the same oomph to it as far as say the pigmentation, because it is kind of altering the acrylic paint there. Just a Fiendish Fairy. Many years of doing watercolors. Watermarks were the bane of our existence. Oh my goodness. We tried everything we could to try and avoid the dreaded watermarks. That's why we call oil paints the true watercolors, the original watercolors oil paint. Because again, almost most of that sky was done almost like a watercolor, except like here where I was basically kind of scraping away some of the paint with thinner. That would all be nasty watermarks right there because it was oils. We did not get those. Even in the sails here, right in the jib and stuff, that again was almost more of a watercolor type of treatment there. Again, this is all oil paints here. But just don't. I wish I had known that back then, Fiendish. Now, of course, you know, I don't think my watercolor teacher would have been super enamored of me just taking my oils from my oil painting class and using those and saying, "Oh, look, it's a watercolor." I don't think he would have been super happy about that, but I would have given it a try. All right, now let me see if we can get some bright. Yeah, there we go. Bam! Look at that. So yeah, the watermarks would kind of be a thing no matter what. It would cut down on it for sure there, Fiendish Fairy. But it would still kind of be a thing. Remember we said we could get stuff a whole lot lighter in here. That's that's kind of what we're doing now. That is starting to get lighter. I'm gonna try to take a little stab at these edges here. There we go. So that's not just two white dots there. Okay, so that's very different looking now. Once this has a chance to set, we're going to come back over the top of that on some of our some of the weathering we did on those chains. Now some of our glowy stuff here, perhaps a little more light going to happen on the edges of that. And again, 1 hour 53 minutes ago, these two busts had nothing on them. No prime. They just had primer. No zenithal. No nothing. No other paint. Just the oil paints. 1 hour 53 minutes and 52 seconds ago. Just the speed and of course the durability too. This oil paints are super durable. I don't put any varnish or anything on any of my oil painted miniatures or whatever. Now, if there's a little bit of shininess, certain colors like the phthalo colors, they kind of have a little innate shininess. Yeah, like quinacridone magenta can. Some of your reds can be a little bit on the shinier side. So that's where we'll break out the anti-shine or whatever and hit it with that. So yeah, now we're starting to really get Some juicy stuff going on here with our glow. Look at that. Yeah, when Munster didn't rated us, I was just starting to do the lighter dry brushy stuff on here. We hadn't done any glaze stuff, none of that. This is, again, looking real different now. Don't blink, right? Recoil. That's a bad idea. So recoil, I have to send you this video that I sent my niece. I used the Wampoville Sports Network picture, and I actually added an anchor to it because now I know how to combo GPT and Grok together for animations. And it actually had some music playing in the background, and it had the anchor saying that this just in, Iris Wampo wins MVP at the basketball tournament. So that was super fun. I did that maybe, I don't know, 15 minutes before I started the stream. Hey there, Annalie, how you doing? So Annie, uh, on stream I always use the oils. When I'm painting and the tutorial videos and stuff like that, Annie, I'll use the acrylics there. Actually, oh, look at this. To try and give people a better, little different method of transferring freehand. This is actually done with the marker brushes. Now, all this is oil paint, but since it was dry, we could use the acrylic marker brushes over the top. That's not my chosen way of doing it, but again, it was maybe people might be more comfortable with that, Annie. So yeah, I tried to, again, always present different options for folks. Maybe like the pre-glaze. Okay, even this darker primer method, this was not what you used to see on stream. Not what you used to see on stream. So, but folks had some of them had a real tough time trying to figure out the whole pre-glaze thing. They would get hung up on what colors to use, what is a staining color, what's not. By eliminating all that, it kind of took away some of the anxiety, and they weren't necessarily so concerned about, okay, I want to do red. What staining color should I use as a pre-glaze for red? With the darker primer, lighter dry brush stuff, it was like no big deal. Didn't have to worry about it anymore. It kind of eliminated that from the concerns. And also, too, where we noticed other things where, right, Ryan, it made things go a whole lot faster, which is insane given how fast the oil paints go. Yeah, Camden, I mean, there would be people that would really get hung up on that. I mean, all kidding aside, we like to have some fun with that, but in all seriousness, there were some folks that they almost stopped painting with the oils because they just couldn't wrap their heads around that. We thought, geez, we don't want people to, not paint with the oils just because of that. We gotta find some other way. Sure, let's lighten this up some more. But yeah, anytime on stream, you're well, except when we use the weathering powders, you'll be seeing all oil paints all the time. Again, I'll use acrylics if we're trying to do a little lesson that's very pertinent with those, or if we're doing an airbrush demo, or again, if it's a time sensitive thing, like okay, this needs to be handed to somebody immediately after it's done. Well, in that case, we won't use the oil paints. I will use the acrylics. And what's funny is that I'm immediately reminded of how much slower they are to use, Camda. Every time I'll be like, why is this going so slow? Oh yeah, that's right. It ain't oil paints. Go figure.
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my ganja.
Thank you so much, Annie. Appreciate that. Okay, and they call me weird looking. Granted, I'm a gummy bear. It's like, you know that people eat those. It's like, yeah, yeah, that's what you told the other gummy Gandalf. He didn't believe you either. Wow, that's a. I don't know if that's a very safe attitude to have. Here we got a roll for Annie on our. Oh, I thought we had it. We haven't had a six in a while. It ended up being half a six, but it was twirling around on that Gandalf right there. Hey there, Trax. So how you doing? Appreciate you being here, Trax. I hope that. Well, let's see. Is it? Oh, it is now. It's now a happy Sunday. Hopefully, you're having yourself a fantastic Sunday there. Well, Camden, it's because we don't do any of those other things, right? We only do words. Just imagine if we did names and times and dates, we wouldn't be able to paint. But since we only do words, right, we are most definitely able to accomplish those two things. So the other thing there, Fast Tracks, is that I've been filming tutorial videos since 2013. Yeah, hundreds and, well, in fact, probably about 2,800 hours worth of tutorial videos. Well, you're most certainly, the two things you are doing at the same time is talking and painting. Otherwise, you really don't have much of a tutorial video, right, Camda? So just figure that's a wee bit of practice doing that. And that's what you sign up for that Patreon page. That's where you do the Army Painter pledge. That will get you 2,700 hours at least, maybe 2,800 hours, because you're getting hundreds of hours of video. And guess what? We're going to be posting another one later today. In fact, right after the stream, I'm going to start uploading the latest video, and that will go up onto the Patreon page. Fast Tracks, I'm glad that you're getting back to painting some minis there. And I wasn't sure, if there's like a specific big old project you're trying to do, or it's like, look, I'm just going to do whatever I got just to get back into it. So yeah, Fast Tracks, it covers not just oil painting. There's acrylic stuff. Uh, let's just put it this way: there's, I believe, let's see, 48 plus 70. There's almost 200 basing videos. That's just basing. That is literally just on basing alone. Obviously, lots of painting vids, but yeah, basically, when I'm not streaming, I'm filming videos. If I'm not streaming or filming, I am editing videos. That's why when people say, "Hey, did you watch this or see that?" I'm like, "Nope." It's Wample TV all the time here, right, Recoil? It's Wample TV every day, or Me TV. That's it. Yes, it's just Me TV all day, all night, every day. Let me do so again. We're getting some of our lights in there. Here we go. 2 hours and 3 minutes ago, these were just primer. Both of them. We're almost about at that point. We're going to add our weathering powder stuff. So the latest video I just did, that's a printing workshop video. That, gosh, we're already at episode 22. Believe it or not, Rico, yeah, this latest episode is 22, a printing workshop. I don't know, Camden, when did I start filming those? Not even a year ago? Maybe a year ago is when I first started filming the printing workshop. Now I got 22 episodes of that. Good grief. I think there's 4 episodes already on the flats. Oh, there's a whole series on painting busts. There's a series on large scale, small scale. Again, there's the army painting series. We're going to be filming some Road to Adepticon series. That will begin this week as well. Oh, the Cathay stuff. That's it. So Annie, here is the one thing. Oh, if I can find them here, can I get to them? Oh, here's some of them, anyways. I don't know where the rest of them went, but this is a handy thing. So we got these color charts here, right? Now I'm looking for one that shows something very specific. Let me see if I can find that here. Not finding them. Anyways, what these do, it's not just how the color looks, it's also, is it a stronger color? So this is kind of a weaker color right here. You can see it's a much stronger color. We call this like an 80-20 because you can see it's almost wiping out the white, whereas here this is maybe a 45-65 or 45-55. This kind of 50-50s here. That's another stronger color. That raw umber is kind of strong. That crimson sort of strong. Here you got again that phthalo turquoise. Very look at that. Almost entirely wipes out the white. You can see some that are more shiny. That's very, see that? Not shiny at all. That phthalo has a little bit of shininess, right? Because phthalo colors can sometimes be a bit on the shiny side. Ah, here we are. That's the ones I'm looking for. Look at this. Those are both dioxazine violet. They look, not only they look different, look at that. It's a very strong color. This is alkyd dioxazine violet. This is non-alkyd. So that's why this is a staining color and this is not, and that's what the color charts do reveal. So again, that's why we strongly suggest that people just start out doing those color charts. And Annie, the other thing too is we were talking about this. Gee, was it this stream or was it probably the last stream? You got a bunch of Reaper Bones figs or just even just sprues. We were talking about Space Marine sprues. There's like 700 shoulder pads on there that you're never going to use. Why not just paint the oils on there? Prime it up, paint the oils on there. They're extra shoulder pads you are probably just going to chuck in the garbage anyway. So again, that kind of removes the anxiety of it, wouldn't you say, Annie? When you're like, I was probably going to throw these in the garbage anyway. What does it matter? Who cares if I just, if maybe it doesn't work out the way I wanted to first time around? And that's the other thing too is, and then though some people say, I'm going to take this brand new 3,000 point army and I'm going to do my first oil painted stuff on this gigantic apocalypse sized army. That might not be the easiest approach straight away. You might want to again take a somewhat more conservative route. A little more conservative. Look at this here. This is that's still the opaque glaze color. It's not as glazy anymore because it's been sitting on that palette for a couple hours now. Look at this. See that? That's the other thing about the oils. You can thin the oils, you cannot dilute them. That's why we can do opaque glazes with the oils, which not really going to work so well with the acrylics. You take white or a light color with acrylics, you put a bunch of water in there, now you got a dingy gray at best. With the oils, it's like it doesn't lose that luminosity. You keep that. That ain't going nowhere. You can see we're starting to get that now reflecting on the side of his little skelly face there. This looks super light. That is not super light. This light color here is our shading color there. That's again, that's the kind of that whole everything is relative. That's why we do the, shall we say, mid-grade. We don't do real light colors. We don't do real dark colors. No white, no black as far as primer goes. We pretty much stay away from that. Yeah, Annie, and again, I maybe have 12, 13 colors on this palette here. If we have some specialty colors out there, okay, now it's maybe 15 to 18, whatever. But that really doesn't happen all that often. It generally trends towards not a bunch of colors. You know what? I'm going to try this here. Yeah. Okay. Gotta break this down here. One sec. Dark again. In there. Some more dark in there. And then again, we're going to get a whole bunch of blood effects in here. So that's why we're not doing a bunch. We got blood effects. We got the weathering effects. And again, we're going to get to that in just a sec. So don't go anywhere. Again, I'm just going to refresh some medicine here. That would be our Monster Energy drink, by the way. That's what that's our medicine to keep us awake here. No sleep streaming tonight, right? Recoil. All right, we're gonna again. That'll give us an extra minute or two also for some of this stuff to set. So don't go anywhere. We're gonna be back with our weathering powders, blood effects, all that good stuff. Don't go away. We are back, and as promised, weathering powder time. We had a bunch of different ones here. Since I spilled this last night, we get to put these back out again. Let's get some soil. This one here. Yeah, I'll just use you. Another mud color. Some rust. Gonna go over here. And the other thing too is you can mix your oils and these together and actually make them kind of clumpy. We use that to create some very nifty, actual like physical mud effects, and we'll probably do that here too. Whoops, that was a little bit more of the later stuff than I was wanting. We'll use it. It's okay. So got our little tray of stuffs. Do I have that vehicle here? Is it too hard to get to? But I do have these. So again, you can see there's our weathering powders in there. Let's give these a go. Let's give them a shot here. We'll start with our dirt. And the reason we're doing this now is that all this is essentially going to fuse together. So as the oils dry, or cure as we really should say, guess what? This stuff's going to cure along with it. It's gonna, and so there's no need for fixatives or any of that stuff, which can mess around with your powders. They can take away that little extra bit of texture that the powders offer. Now here, let's go a little bit of, see a little bit of rust here around our chains. Oh, and you can mix the powder colors together too. There's no reason why you can't do that. You can definitely mix those together to create all different colors. I mean, why wouldn't you be able to? Can definitely do that. So again, here we're just gonna kind of grind that into the sort of here. Let's get a little bit more of our dusty stuff there, and kind of grind that in. A little more of the rusty stuff up here. Well, look at that, huh? What's happening there? A little more of that dusty stuff up there. Now, where is this lady? Let's get some dust and such going here. This is again why we didn't spend a whole bunch of time painting sandbags. They would be covered in mud and dust. Look at that texture. You can't paint that. You can't paint that texture on there. That's something that can only be added this way. Like, see what I just did there? Look at that. That is a texture. That is not a color. Well, there's a little color to it. We'll be doing another film noir eventually here, and that day you'll see that. You'll see it again, where it's as much a texture thing as anything else. Now we're going to start getting some of that onto here, because that's why we didn't spend a whole bunch of time painting this just yet. I want to get this on here first, see what we have, assess, and then come back in. Again, that's potentially also saves a whole bunch of painting time, does it not? So yeah, Annie, again, like you said, you got some figures that it's like, okay, if it doesn't work out, no big deal, right? No big deal. Now here, this is that lighter. We're literally painting now with weathering powders. I mean, this is not painting. Looks that way to me. See, that's fusing with our oil paints there. Look at that. Look at that. That just changed that whole thing. That basically in our shadow area that we have this light color now. That's kind of how sand and mud and dust work. It tends to kind of collect in the recessed areas, which, them are shadow areas, aren't they? Let's do some, oh, looky, there's some rusty stuff happening on the stone helm. More dust there. Some muddy stuff. So again, we've done a little bit of painting there, but more, again, more of the, and here we're doing a little mix. We're taking this lighter stuff in the mid-range, put a little bit, and again, look at that. That already looks more interesting than any shadow that I could have painted there. I mean, I could have done that, no problem, but I like more what's happening here with these powders. So here, okay, I could highlight that wood, or it's almost like there's dried cake mud on there, which I would think from a thematic standpoint, that's more what we're looking for. Bingo. Again, that's a texture that you can't paint that on. It's just like when we do. Where's our Galadriel here? Let me grab this 1 second here. And this is where we've got all of our. So you can see the flock that we added here and such. You can't paint that on. That's an extra grade of texture right there. There's 5 or 6 different colors of flock on there. It's like we were painting with flock, we were painting with weathering powders. And there's a whole weathering workshop series. Geez, I got like what 18 episodes of that on the Patreon page. The stuff that I was just talking about, like what you saw with the Galadriel there. Good grief, like I said, there's close to 200 episodes that just focus on basing alone. There's a whole terrain workshop. There's an airbrush workshop. There's a metals workshop. This was our latest metals workshop vid right here. So this is a homemade bust. It is split right down the middle. One half of them is true metallic. The other half is non-metallic. We've done 2 of those so far. This one, again, was my own custom sculpt that I made because, well, there's a wee bit of metal on that Cylon Centurion, so say we all. Boy, recoil, I'm glad that the painting is back up and online because boy, you had a really some nifty some results that you were doing there, recoil. So yeah, I think it's gonna be super fun. With that camera that you got there, recoil, holy smokies! Yeah, those epic scale minis, they're gonna look like 72 mil. Yeah, with that camera that you got there, man. So some of that glazy, that's still kind of sitting there being glazy after a couple of hours, which means I'm gonna look at that. See that darker stuff? That's actually the paint there, and we're literally fusing it together, right, with all these weathering powders. So again, look at what we're doing here, just strictly with some weathering powders. I mean, that's just super fun. Look at this. We'll do that again over here again. Some of that lighter mud color. We got a rust in there. Armored Wolf, why don't you share the links there to your dice bags? Because Armored Wolf also does a ton of weathering on those dice bags, and it really looks sensational. So yeah, Armored Wolf, why don't you share the link to those dice bags again with some super fabulous weathering. So again, now we've got all up and down here. We got our weathering powder strategically placed in there. We shall return here to do more, and then we're gonna start doing some blood effects here too. More of our dirty stuff going on there. More of our rust there. Everybody check out the Instagram link that Armor Wolf just shared with, again, super fabulous dice bags. And check out that metalwork, which is real metalwork, real leather work. The tooling, everything all done by hand, and very much custom. All custom dice bags. Also to other leather goods in addition to said dice bags. Even some wearable products too. You got the journal covers and lots of fantastic products that you need to go check out. Go look at those. Let me get this burn just a little bit cleaner there. Get that off to the side. Now, we always talk about these are kind of retired frontline brushes, right? Our liner brushes here. Well, I will take that. And now I can do a little teensy bit of powder up there. Not a ton. Oh, by the way, I could mix this with, say, with rubbing alcohol or even the thinner and basically turn these powders into a liquid paint. Yeah, we can do that. That is most definitely possible. So again, everybody check out that link to Armor Wolf just posted. More. Ah, there we are. Now also take this here. Let's get our powder stuff out of the way. It is time to bring out the fabulous Perling Crimson, all series 6 of it. That's going to get out here. Somewhere. There. We don't need a ton. Actually, that's still more than I needed. Where is our fabulous Alkyd Medium? We're going to break out this too. You know what? I'm going to actually just put that in its own little thing over here. Let's... Nope, that's got a bunch of stuffs in it. Ah, there we go. Let me get this out of here. And in goes some of that. So Cam does, it's kind of like with the flock and stuff. What can happen is that the stuff that is not really attached, it just kind of sloughs off, which is fine, right? What's the big deal? It wasn't going to stick anyway. It just kind of sloughs off. Now, here's, again, our blood. Look at this. Another texture, another color. Yes, another fabulous texture here. More of our blood effects up there. Now I can't go absolutely everywhere here. The too much is too much. I say that all the time. Too much is too much. Let me get that up in here. Certainly some, certainly some over. And then we'll also darken this down even more. Right, we'll darken it down even more. Actually, we can lighten this up a smidge for you there. And this is almost, not quite a pinline wash of blood effects, but it's kind of in the neighborhood. So there, you can see that, how that's starting to, again, fill in some of these areas now. And now that's going to be a super contrast to all of this, all the weathering powders. We just went hyper matte, now we're going hyper gloss. And then our oil paints are in between. Texture, texture, texture. In addition to all the other fun stuff, yes, texture. Certainly more of that over here. Maybe a little thinner to help that flow. So again here, let's even have that do a little of this maybe. Look at that. So again, the plinth and the figure are a bit more, again, kind of unified there. And yeah, once the liquid, especially if it's something like, well, either thinner or rubbing alcohol, it all evaporates, right? That's how we did the winter wash on this T28 right here. That was weathering powders and rubbing alcohol. So we were basically glazing, right? We were basically glazing on our weathering powders. Blammo. There again, look at that. Nifty little blood effect down in there. Very So when you see the shiny stuff on here now, it's not actually going to be a shine from the glaze stuff. It's going to be a shine from this. Now I'm adding, so we just put in some of our Mars Black into that mix. So again, now some more coagulated blood here. That's why we didn't do too much on the uniform. Alright, because, well, we knew that all of this, these blood effects were going to happen, so... Again, having that some coming down the side of the plinth there. Might even throw a little bit of that up here even. Kind of some of that is now even a little bit darker. Some of those recesses. A little more of that dark there. We'll come back and bring out a few lighter edges. Now we got it here. Let's get more of that, and that needs to go over here. Again, look at it. Just kind of have these blood channels coming down like so. Same deal over here. Let's get that. There we are. We need some of that coagulated there, and maybe a little more of the darker stuff, and then get more of that coming down the side here of the plant. Look at that. So again, we're trying to unify everything together here. The plinth, the subject. I mean, if you want to call it the plinth base, even here. Which, yeah, now it makes this a very unique piece, because, again, you don't see this kind of stuff all the time now, do you? You really don't. You kind of should, but you really don't. And again, this is a retired brush, right? This is one that's seen some action, like this guy has, and it's kind of beat up a little bit worse for wear, like this guy. But it was good enough to be able to do some semi-fine details. Now, if we want to do the finer details, we bring in one here that is not quite so destroyed. That's a little bit fresher. Yeah, I'm even going to bring a little Payne's Gray into that phthalo green. And we're going to now start to maybe come back with a couple of darker elements here. We kind of went from the lighter midtone to a darker midtone to the kind of our much lighter lights, and now we're kind of going back the other way here. We're going to start bringing in some of the deepest darks, at least on our spirit friend over here. And kind of accentuate the shallowness of the cheekbones there. It really, yeah, it's gonna really make a very dramatic expression, I think, on the face. You're obviously looking for kind of that very tortured, agonized look. That's kind of the motif here. More dark up this way. And yet there is still, even now, there is still some of that original dark brown primer still showing through, even after all this time. And all the stuff we've been doing. We've had weathering powders and now more darks and blood effects, and yet there's still, guess what, we still have some of that primer showing. Even some of it right here. There's, I can see the primer right around here still showing through in some places. And it's kind of the idea. Get some of those chompers separated there too. More of our darkness. So now he's really looking very dramatic, is he not? I'll try to get some more of our dorks down in here too. Maybe underneath and around the chains, around our skelly friend here. Thank Therma Wood for posting a link to the Linseed Fellowship YouTube channel. So if you want to watch this, like the beginning of this, you missed the beginning or whatever, uh, this is where we, because you can't put them on Twitch anymore, so we put them on that YouTube channel there. There's no ads. There's never going to be ads because it's not going to be a monetized channel, so you don't have to worry about that. And there's also playlists there. So unlike on Twitch, where you just basically would have to look through thumbnails till you found what you wanted, if you want to see Trench Crusade busts, there's quite literally a playlist for Trench Crusade busts. Or you want to see the 1/1800 scale ships, or you want to see the flats, each one has its own playlist, which makes it a whole bunch easier to find, what it is that you're looking for. And that, again, that's the Linseed Fellowship YouTube channel. You subscribe there, then you'll get notified every time another one of our past sessions goes up on that channel. Also, the Instagram, if you want to see pictures of the painted stuff, latest post has our Galadriel finished images on there. So the Instagram is where I post kind of those finished images of stuff that we've done on stream or tutorial vids. Dark under there. So he's really starting to say, this is what I was kind of hoping for, Camda, this kind of juxtaposition of the kind of ghostly turquoise colors with a little bit of saturation versus all of this very desaturated stuff, right, with the blood effects and then the textures here of the weathering powders. And yeah, that's 2 hours and 37 minutes right there. From start to that. I ain't saying, I'm just saying. Now, the Monday stream, I would imagine, is going to be another batch of our Diasporex ships. So, more Battlefleet Gothic. It's probably going to at least another 10 ships. I know what the last we did 14 of those ships. There they are. So that's what we did on our last Monday stream. Most likely we're going to do another batch of those on the Monday stream. Again, 10 minimum, maybe as many as 14. It kind of depends how many are prepped. That's the only limit there. A little touch more of that dark there. Again, not too much, because I do want some of that brown still to show there. Let's get this cranked up here. Get that in there. Some here now. Yep, that ear is, there we go. Sharpen that up a little. And again, some of the brush strokes here, we can get rid of the, we can also now start to get, because that's starting to set. Now the shine we're seeing here, that's the blood effects. That's not, that shine is not coming from, yeah, that's not because we have the wet glazy stuff there. That's a little different. There's some sky blue here. I think that is. I don't think I want to get a whole lot lighter than that. Not on this element here. That's why I needed to get the blood effects in so that I could kind of do the final bits of our reflected light here, our cast light, our source lighting. Get that down here. Maybe a couple little glints on the the chains there. We'll hit some of these chains again with our light there too. You know what? That could stand to be a little lighter. His neck just a smidge later. Fine, I'll throw a little bit of light in there too. And again, on the Patreon page, I have episodes that also talk about how I go about making things like this, or the ships, or that massive shadow box that you saw. That tends to be part of the printing workshop series. Which, yeah, 22 episodes worth. I think there was another episodes where it's just about how to take STL files that you've got of miniatures and turning those into busts. Yeah, I've done several of those now. We did a Wapelia Spellbrush. We did one of our Kathy miniatures, turned that into a bust, made a special custom plinths for him. So yes, instead of having to buy additional files to be able to paint busts, or you just take all those miniature files you got already and you turn those into busts. Which is actually really fun to see something that you've painted as a miniature now turned into a bust. I will take this to use once again as a blending brush right there. Nice to see you there, Inganes. Everybody, please give Inganes a follow, because Inganes also paints with the oils. So Inganes, you know you gotta share your links there in the chat. Please go ahead and do that, of course. And again, everybody, please give Inganes a follow, because Inganes again does the oil paints, and you want to see as many different folks using said oil paints as possible. There you go. Everybody, check out that Instagram link. Hopefully, this coming week you'll get a chance to stream there in Ganes. Once the invasion force leaves, you'll be able to get back to it. Nope, that is too dark in there. I'll make that just a little bit more of a mid-tone, yeah. Maybe some light back in here as well. If that gets too light, I can always get and come back with this. Do a little blending brush, taking that away. Yeah, that'll be fantastic there in Gunners. Oh, and yeah, Doji's going to be very disappointed. There is no cobalt teal bluish on here. Certainly would be a prime candidate for it, right, Camden? But again, we're trying to have a maximum speed of drying time. So again, look at that. Right, it's starting to cast a little bit of light down now onto our casualty there. I will need a little more of our glow of it. Just a teensy little bit of it there. Maybe a little more on that piece. So again, it's facing towards where the glow is coming from, so it probably should have some of that light on there. So there you go. A little more blending right there. Possibly something a bit on the later side. Let me take this, break that down on the teeths here. Now that we got that dark in place, I'll touch more there. Also there. And now that. Ooh, let's retreat to this. And again, not quite as light as that, but a couple little highlighty things here on the chains that are right up by his face. There we go. And we don't want to lose all that, but we want a little bit more of a, again, a little extra light hit there on some of the chain pieces. Some of our chain links need a touch more light on them, like that. Boom. Break this down. Something there. More of those, again, a little, see a touch on the edge, that's it. Just a little touch on the edge of those brings those right out. So 2 hours, 46 minutes ago, so not even 3 hours ago. We had no zenithal, we had nothing on these, just our primer. We did the lighter dry brush stuff, did some glaze stuff. There's even still some parts of that glaze stuff that still hasn't quite set yet. Yeah, there's some in here that hasn't quite set yet. We really did a lot of the opaque glaze stuff too. There was a bunch of that on this one. I knew there would be. That's why I was kind of hoping to do these guys. So again, you can see how that's starting to play out. It's a little bit lighter here also too on this. Again, the lighter that gets, more this that's just midtones back there. That's not a super dark color at all. But by virtue of these being lighter, that just stands out more. Yeah, I mean that is some pretty fun stuff right there. More of this. There we go. Look at this. Look at that. Couple more of those down here. Oh, there's another little deeper chain in there. Now let's have to kind of retreat a little bit back now to. And this is not going to be green. This is actually more of the that kind of that periwinkle color. So it's actually got much more violet in it. Now that's going to here. Let's change our colors around. We got a lot of the green. Now we're going to try and get this another color in here. It's kind of like here where we put the green, basically green highlights on top of brown paint. And again, we'll get back to this one in a sec here. Not to worry. We will get back to it. Another key thing with the oils is, well, okay, you want to give stuff time to set, right? You want to be patient. Don't be a hasty hobbit. It's easier to do that when you have multiple things to work on. Well, like we got here, right? We say, okay, you know what? We're just going to give this, right, a chance to set or whatever. We can then, well, start working on this one. We can do that. I'm going to try and get a little bit of this bluish color in the eyes, and now also on the hair a little bit here. Also on the muzzle of the sniper rifle. Like that.
So say we all.
Hey there, Sarge. So Sarge, those puppies, they gotta be getting bigger, right, Sarge? And I think they're all still doing pretty good, right, Sarge? So Sarge, check it out here, man. Check it out. Now, Sarge, I would imagine, those miniature those miniatures moving around, they're not so miniature anymore, right, Sarge? Yeah, I bet you they're not quite so miniature. And of course, Sarge, if you want to share, I know you got Instagram and Facebook posts of the puppies there. If you want to share that, uh, people really hate looking at pictures of puppies, don't they, Sarge? Yeah, they hate that so much. I think they would totally hate seeing pictures of puppies. So if you want to share those, go ahead. Trying to get me some more of my dark up here, and then also you've got the pupil and the iris there. Let's take that in a little. We need some more of the light skin color here. Yeah, no problem there, Sarge. No problem. Appreciate you being here, Sarge. Well, hopefully all the other stuff, Sarge, is just kind of not also adding to the mayhem. So hopefully it's just puppy mayhem for right now. I'm gonna bring back my light over here. Like you do. And again, I'm gonna get some mud there too. You can kind of see it in this picture right over here underneath the glass there. That's where I'm gonna mix up the oil paint and the powders together to quite literally create chunks of mud. You know what? Let's do a little test of that. Where'd my powders go? All right, well, I'm gonna take some of this. Well, I need a little bit more of it than that. So I'm gonna take this here. Just putting this out on the palette. We're going to grab some of our burnt umber here. You know, I need more. Let me just grab some of this here. And we're going to do a little direct application to the palette. There we go. Oof, look at that. Alright, now here we are. Oil paint and powders. Look at that. A little more oil paint with the powders. We got mud clumps. We got the clumpies there. Look at that. Now if I throw a little thinner in there and a little more paint, we're essentially making plaster. If you wonder what we're doing here, this is a little bit like making plaster. So there we go. See how thick that is? And now we can kind of put that here on some parts of our sniper. And again, when this dries, it's going to actually have some height to it. More of that here, and a little more of my powder there. So again, you can see how look at that. See how clumpy that is? We're doing that for a reason. And this is why, again, I figured we would be able to get both these in on this stream because of all of the, look at that. So that's got some height to it. That's not just a little dots of paint. And I'm gonna go more. I'm gonna go further. Look at this. I just grabbed. See that? Some more of the powders. That's gonna get mixed in here. Look at that now. Maybe a little touch of thinner there. I was really more after the colors, so we got plenty of texture already. So like over there, that is basically this. See that? That is basically a whole bunch of mud right there. Gonna get some of that again on the stone helm here. Some of that on these trench boards, because I mean, that makes sense, right? Wouldn't it? Mud on the trench boards. And I just took some of the fresh powder to add that in there too. What'll happen is as this cures, it's going to start to also lighten up too. It'll be more the color of the. Well, now we mix that umber in there, so that's again that also kind of changes up our color a little bit. So again, looking to get mud spatters here. Because your sniper gonna be trying to hide, obviously. Do some of that. Now, let me wait on that. Where's my? I need to get a little bit of rosé in the cheeks here. So let me try to do some of that here real quick. One sec. Did that. Now we'll let that get mixed in with all the stuff that's already here. Like that. Again, a little bit more of that in the nose too. A little bit more of that up here. And now let me see if we cannot get some mud spatter here. And on the face. Grabbing more of the powder here. Again, to make that as clumpy as possible. There we go. More clumpy mud on the uniform here. Look at that. See that big old clump right there? So now we've got ourselves some serious texture. Look at that. Look at that. That big old blob of mud texture there. Gonna go on that helmet. So again, that's weathering powders and oil paint mixed together. I'm going to go a little lighter here. I'm going to get me some of this onto the palette here. Getting that mixed up. Look at that. Another nice big old juicy clump right there. And when this dries, it'll be a much lighter color. Let's get some mud spatter on the forehead here. Hey there, surface tension. Hey there, plank walker. Is that a 40? It's a 25 stream streak there for tension. So surface tension. You want to share some stuff in the chat? We have more fabulous oil painting goodness courtesy of surface tension. So surface tension, I took the supports off of the our mega relief here. And those tree support, they are very thin and tiny. It was weird surface tension pulling those out. In some places, it was almost like pulling off like resin supports. They were that fragile and that thin. I mean, some of them were darn near as thin as a resin support there. So again, surface tension, you want to share some stuff in that chat, please. Please go ahead and do that. Got more of our mud here. Fabulous mud. And again, this is a mud that's got a little bit of height to it because of how we're approaching this. So all I said was use light tree supports. Painting on the supports. It's something I will experiment with, but I don't know. It's not at all like doing it in and say your resin slicer. It is very, very different. I mean, in fact, it is super, super different. It's nothing like doing that in the other sensor there. The other slicer, sorry. Again, trying to get me some mud spatter there on that cheek, a little bit on the forehead here. There we go. So recoil, I was finally able to get a good Londo image and a multi-view. That was the key thing, was getting a multi-view. I'm going to try to print out at least Londo and Jakar tonight into tomorrow. We'll see how that goes. So yeah, surface tension, you go into tree supports and you click on light. I think there's 3 different thicknesses, I guess, if you want to call it that, surface tension. But yeah, go with light. I might actually, surface tension, I'm thinking of just using that from now on. I mean, especially on some like those Oriental buildings. Gee whiz, if I had the light supports on those, I probably would have gotten much less damage on the buildings. So yeah, actually surface tension, I might use that more. Now, of course, I was using it with also the 0.08 layer height. That might have something to do with it also, their surface tension. Again, everything is kind of a caveat. So everybody check out that link that surface tension just shared. Again, trying to get me some more of the mud scattered about here. Now let's, okay, good. I still have that brushy over there. Well, first let me get some of the powders out of this here filbert brush and also out of this. Get this one out again. Surface tension, I had no idea. And that was even just on the auto supports too. Yeah, that was just on the auto supports. I'm like, you can do that? I wish I had known that, I don't know, like a year and a half ago. That would have been helpful. Yeah, there's a lot of buildings that would have printed out a whole bunch better with that particular setting. But live and learn, right? Recoil. Live and learn. I'm going to try to get the lips a whole lot lighter. You know what? Let me use this. It's a more of a violet right there. And Rico, just the thought of surface tension. One of the things I've been doing that I learned you could do is essentially you create your character, you create the artwork of it, and then you use our Croc stuff kind of do the animations of it, and then the animations can be used almost like posing a human figure. You say, okay, you know what, that's kind of neat, but what if you turned this way? Or what if you have your arm raised, that sort of thing? Or, have your head pointed in this direction, be looking that way. So it is essentially like having something that you can pose. That's how I was able to create the mounted figure of the our Shadow Lord as the good king. Well, we need to get reflected light on her nose. Gee whiz. That's what's also missing here. Nah, that would be too late. Let me go back to this. I guess I need me some thinner on that too. Fine. Fine, I'll do that. I'll get me some thinner there. Touch lighter on this side. More reflected light, and then maybe even some more, some more of our mud here too. Nope, that is way too big of a chunk there. There we go. Even smear the mud a little bit. I'm not gonna say anything, Nganes. Nope. I'm not gonna say anything. Because you know what'll happen. So nope, I'm not saying anything. Don't take offense. If I say anything, that would be very bad, would it not, Nganes? That would be really, really bad to say anything at all. Let me get all the paint out of that. And then now here, get a little bit of smoothing going on. Now we need a reflected light under. Oh, that's all too much reflected light under there. Gotta get that. Is really important. That little bit of reflected light on the bottom side of the nose. I mean, it's kind of crazy, right? Surface tension. Just again, constantly learning new things. And we're talking not just every day, but like almost every other hour. It's like, well, I didn't know you could do that. Well, gee, I didn't know you could do that either. Try to, yeah. Well, let's come back with some darks now in the hair. I'm gonna do these little bits here, and then we're also going to come back in with some more dark in the hair. And sometimes surface tension, right? They're not the happiest of lessons either. Sometimes it's like, ow, that lesson hurt. That hurt a lot. But those are the ones you remember, right? Recoil. Yeah, those are one that hang with you. The painful lessons. Try to lighten up some parts of these buckles here. That's for sure, right? Surface tension. And try and catch me a couple little lights on these. Again, we have lots of weathering and stuff going on here. Lots of dust and powders and everything. Let me get this going here. Couple little, maybe little chips on that stall helm there. see. I think the best place to add our light dot. Well, first let me get a little more light there, and now we'll try to do our dots here on the eye there, on the eye there. So again, trying to have it looking off in that direction. I think we need a little bit more of the skin tone. There we go. We're missing some of it there. All right, let's take some really dark stuff here. Recoil most of all that stuff with the shadow boxes. Those were the only reason that exists is because of constant failure. Every single thing involved in these shadow boxes here, it took everything about these was a series of failures. There was 0 successes. Just imagine you take like 5 or 6 failures, chain them together, and you have great success. Actually, technically, recoil, all of this stuff is because of the initial failure with the flats. Yeah, I don't think we'd have any of this, right, recoil, if it wasn't if the original method for doing the flats didn't fail. We would not have most of this stuff. It's literally all generated by failure. I think that might dismay some folks out there that are a little bit like, well, no, I want success. It's like, yeah, we get really jazzed about failure here, don't we, surface tension? We're like, yay, another failure. This is great. What did we learn from this latest failure? That was a little too light. Yeah, okay, that's better. Same with that, even that one too. I'll take that down a little. So yeah, regenerating some of our darks in the hair. It looks like that is going to be helpful. I'm going to try to also get some more dark in the eyebrows there. Little something dark on the end of the lips. Actually, surface tension, we need to find the Latin translation for success through failure. We have to find the Latin version of that. I'll go into Google Translate or whatever, see if I can get the Latin version of that, and we'll definitely have to make some kind of a badge out of that, right? Surface tension that we can wear. Success through failure. Or something like Ad Astra, right? Because that basically means to the stars. So somehow, like a Latin version that says, through failure, success, something like that. There has to be some way to do that. Yeah, we'll probably fail 10 times trying to develop that, right? Surface tension. Because, why not? Ooh, let me go back to this guy here and get. We need ourselves some, maybe some holes or whatever in this helmet here. There we go. And then maybe some. Oh, speaking of which, we still got this. Yeah, we still have that right there. You know what? That's a little too dark just there. There we go. All right. Ah, he's nice. Get rid of all that I'll get stuff out of there so it's not going to be shiny, and then we'll get ourselves some chips and dips like we do here on the rest of the helmet. Some nice little chips right there. Like you do. I mean, is it? That's kind of what we're doing, right, Camden? I mean, that's all kidding aside. It essentially describes what we're doing. Is it's like, well, okay, all that stuff failed. Well, gee whiz, yeah. What might have failed for that process works really well for this process. I mean, it happens with the oil paints. Why would it not happen with the other stuff too? Yeah. Okay, now let's get some more lights on his face that are not the source lighting there. And again, that's 3 hours 16 minutes worth right there. I'm just saying. So if you could, I hope you wouldn't mind sending me that, Camda, because I'll forget that. I will forget that, but I don't know. That sounds about right to me. That sounds just about right to me. Now here we're going to try to get. No, that's way too late. Way too. Yeah, I'm going to take here some of my radiant green and our violet together. Guess what? That makes a wild, dirty, greenish gray. And break it down some more. To lighten that up a little, not so much that our source lighting on the other side loses all of its impact. Thanks, Cam. Appreciate that. Yes, that's so recoil. All of my memory deficiencies, they're not really deficiencies, they're actually positives. Yes, it's remembering by forgetting, right? Surface tension. Thanks, surface tension. I could use me a little bit of this right now to keep Mr. Voice going. Thanks, surface tension, because guess what? There was more filming today before the stream. I think every stream this week there's been some kind of filming done, like right before the stream started, which is that last time that happened was almost never. It's happened a couple of times, but like 3 days in a row. Yeah, Thursday. Actually, I think there was some on Monday. Every stream this, well, not today. No, we didn't do that today. Now, I was editing the video today, but it wasn't actually filming. So yeah, 3 of the 4 streams this week involved filming like right before the stream. It mutates again, then it kills you, surface tension, or it becomes more effective at killing you. There you go. That which does not kill you mutates and tries again until it does kill you. And then great success, right? Right, surface tension at least for the bug there. Now here again, we got plenty of weathering on this. I'm trying to take some of the weathering away here. This is the same gray that we were using in basically the skin tones over there. It's a lighter mid-range gray. Nothing super. No super highlights here or anything. But now our rusty stuff looks a little bit more like rusty stuff as a result. More of that here. me do this here. More. Yeah, that needs a lighter edge on. Come on, lighter edge on it there too. More along this chain here. So again, some of the chain, I couldn't get all of it to print out. Again, this was some of the last stuff I did before I kind of learned those hard lessons about the supports and stuff. Obviously, we'll be able to try that again. That's the reason why the other prints I did on those shadow box things were successful, only because I was able to add literally a forest of tiny little interior supports. And I couldn't believe how small they were, surface tension. They were like little micro-sized supports. I was zoomed in like so far in the screen, they were kind of looking pretty gigantic. They actually were not very big. Yeah, they looked massive on the screen. I'm like, oh my gosh, that's gonna do all kinds of support nubs, and no, they just literally fell off when all I had to do was just touch them, and they broke off. Didn't damage anything trying to remove them, which is super cool. So again, we're getting some more lights on our stuff down here. More of that gray in there. Some more of it over here on our chips, right? Trying to make those a little lighter, like you do here. Hey there, Color Moth. How you doing? On the FDM side, it's gonna be the bamboo slicer, because we're using the bamboo carbon X1. That's on the FDM side. On the resin side, Chidu box. Well, we're stuck with Chidu box pretty much forever. Again, because I've done hundreds and hundreds of build plates, and I reuse those a lot, especially stuff like the Battlefleet Gothic stuff and some of our Lord of the Rings. So those get used over and over again, which means if I go to another slicer, I lose all of those, which means hundreds of hours of slicer build plate creation. So yeah, it's gonna be all Chidu there, Color Moth, on the resin side of things. I know everybody's kind of got their own favorite slicer, whatever. For me, it's there is no favorite. There just is. It's like, well, that's the one I got to use. And yeah, Armored Wolf. Thank goodness I still have the ancient version on the one machine, because holy smokes, I haven't even tried to use the newest one anymore. I don't know if they've kind of maybe fixed some of the bugs or something, which basically is the entire program. Now at this point, yeah, I'm gonna try to get some of the latest lights here on a little spirit dude now. Get maybe some of the source lit stuff too. Can I try? Let me see here if I can try to sneak this down all the way into there. Yes, can. Oh, no problem there, Color Moth. No probs. Now I know. I don't think Grand Oracle's been in here. I know Grand Oracle. I think you prefer the Prusa slicer, right, Camda? I'm pretty sure that's what Grand Oracle likes better. And I know other folks prefer the oh god, the liche or liche, whatever it's called. I know some folks like that one better. Orcus, sorry there, Camda. I think it's Grand Oracle likes the Prusa. So it says surface tension uses the Prusa. So that I was talking about the tree supports there. Surface tension that is in the bamboo slicer, by the way. Just so you know, I'm like, ooh, better mention that just to make sure that you know that is the that's the bamboo slicer tree support. But there's got to be a similar thing on the Prusa, right? So again, creating some more light there. Something here, and then couple again. Though that see that's kind of a broken line. The whole idea is to make that look like it's got all kinds of chips and dings in it and all that good stuff. So get working on not one but two of our homemade trench. Hey, there's Grand Oracle. So Grand Oracle, sorry if I got that wrong, but in case you haven't been doing the lurky thing there, Grand Oracle, check it out. Um, those little tree supports were really tiny. I mean, some of them were so small I could literally just pull this off. Now, the one thing, the hair didn't necessarily print fully back there, but I didn't even try to get the supports back in there. Uh, this was just a test, and it's gigantic. I mean, look at this. It makes this thing look small by comparison. That's a 72 mil fig, literally walking out of this shadow box here. I mean, that's kind of something, right, Grand Oracle? That's not nothing. And of course, Grand Oracle, I'll be really curious to see what you can do with it there. And same thing there, Armored Wolf, and all the folks there that would take those and put them in the slicer. Thank you so much, Surface Tension. I think it just takes one more to play, right? Because you get three. If it's three different folks, that I think that does a level one, no matter what. It doesn't matter about the number of bits; it's the number of people. At least, unless they changed it. Unless they've changed it, I think that's still how it goes. Again, what do I know, right? What do I know? Not much. Not much. Oh yeah, let me get that phthalo green in here. So okay, so sitting at 12. Okay, there we it finally showed up. Hey there, Inganes. Oh, geez, Inganes. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. That should be enough. That should do it, right? It's not okay. No, because we're at 18%. Okay, well we can always make an executive decision, right, Grand Oracle? We can just say, well, we're going to have one. Thanks, Herbert Wolf, for posting a link to the Lindsay. Oh, there's hey Sarge. So Sarge, what'd you get at BK? Yeah, what did you get there? Because I wouldn't. Oh, geez, look at that. That's with some replenishment there. So thank you so much, Sarge. Appreciate that. We're over here.
So say we all.
Uh, Grand Oracle's gonna say, all right, I'm just gonna do this right here. So, oh, there we go. We need some of that though. We need some of that. The Dark Lord. It's like, yeah, I'll take all those subs. I'll take all the rings too. He's like, is it precious? It's like, Seriously, dude, you're gonna do that? Wrong universe for you, man. I think we got. I think we done got it there. Okay, so 95%. Come on, I thought for sure because I saw. Ah, there it is. Yeah, there it is. There it is for sure. That means if I can find it, there you are. We've got ourselves a fabulous hype train. Thank you so much, everybody. Sarge, Grand Oracle, and Gunnis. Serpent Tension, thank you so much. There we go. We also have to have our physical one here. Oh, there it is. It's heading right for you. Look out. Look out. There it goes. There's the hype train. But I'll tell you, Sarge, I'll take 3 of those right now. Because all I had was, again, a couple slices of American cheese. And these were like, deli ends. Yeah, that was supper. It was 3 slices of American cheese. That was, and then, well, all we're going to have is a salad again, Rico, after the stream, because I never got to the store. I ain't going to get to the store tomorrow, most likely, either. So, we'll have to figure out something for tomorrow. I don't know. It is like a hypno train, Grand Oracle. We gotta figure out a way to make our hypno train out of this right here. So thanks again, everybody. Appreciate that. It's super helpful. It is super helpful because, well, before it was like, okay, things like resin and filament and all that, but now we need those for other things. And you know what I speak, right, Recoil? Yes, where the finances are going there. Grant Oracle, I don't know, were you in the stream when we were talking about our new saying? And actually, hey Camdev, do you want to put that in the chat there? Basically, Grant Oracle, this thing here, again, all of our shadow box stuff, every step of the process here was a failure. There was zero success. Every step of this was, oh my gosh, that's a fail. That's a fail. Everything was a series of failures that led to this success. So Camda, the Latin version of through failure, success. And because I don't remember my Latin too much right now, Camda, I can't quite. There we go. So, per defectum successus. There you go. Through failure, success. And I think everybody in Wampleville will get that tattooed on their forehead. It's already tattooed on mine. Yeah. There's been enough failures, recoil, that is already tattooed on my forehead. No doubt about it. That is already tattooed on. I don't need the tattoo. Tattoo has already been applied. It's more like a brand at this point. But thanks, Sarge. Appreciate that. And again, Grand Oracle, thank you so much. Appreciate that. Yeah, Grand Oracle. I didn't think that was ever even this. I didn't think this was gonna work. Hey there, Doji. So Doji, much as it seems like there is, sadly there is no cobalt teal bluish on here. Well, we can all actually. Well, Doji, when you print up one of these, definitely use cobalt teal bluish on there. So Grand Oracle says that a quote associated with Edison was, "I have not failed. I've found 10,000 ways that won't work." I think we've tripled that, right, Grand Oracle? Like in the last 10 days. Doji, and you've seen it, right? You've seen what happens when we use the genuine item. As luminous as this looks, if it was actual cobalt teal bluish, it would jump out at you. It would literally be like moving around. Doji, why don't you share? Speaking of cobalt teal bluish, I know you got links there of things that have been made with cobalt teal. Oh, and Doji, that latest building, that's gonna be spectacular. And well, we did have Grand Oracle. We on this one here, we took we've got clumps of mud on here. See those clumps of mud? That's made with oil paint and the weathering powder kind of combined together. So yeah. And everybody check out that Instagram link that Doji just shared. Again, some fabulous oil painted miniatures, and I would imagine there's some cobalt teal bluish on those, right, Doji? There's gotta be. I'm sure there is. May get a little more teal going on the inside of those. Yeah. Doji, yeah, that is really looking tremendous, Doji. Again, it's super fantastic to see. Just love seeing the terrain. Camdo, why don't you share your stuff there in the chat? Jeez, last time you shared stuff was like 3 hours ago. So yeah, why don't you share your stuff in the chat again? And of course, Grant Oracle, if you want to share some of the fabulous historical stuff, Grant Oracle, I think what I've been learning through this. Remember the failure of that first 10 millimeter terrain stuff, or the unit, basically diorama slash multi base. How that did not work. I'm going to be trying that again, also in 28 mil Grand Oracle. It's going to be part of my Road to Adepticon series. It could fail miserably, but again, we're all about failing miserably, right? Right, Camden? It's like if you're not failing, you're not trying, which I believe that's already a saying. So yeah, fine. It's already a saying. Somebody probably has said that. There we go. That's what I needed. A little bit of light right there. So Grandor, it says I collected all of my bitses there, but I'm not gonna do this because we're going to have a little bit of choo-chooing going on there. Yes, indeed. A little bit of choo-chooing there. It's getting closer to the there you go. I never tried doing that one. Back to our regular scene there. There we go. All right. Now again, doing some really well, relatively dark. We're taking Payne's Gray, no, it's Phthalo Indigo. Yes, we're taking Phthalo Indigo. We're making that. I'm gonna put a little of that in there, just a little extra bit of dark down in those recesses there. A little touch of it in there. And a little extra dark in there. And then we welcome in Coffee Cat. Welcome back there, Coffee Cat. How you doing? Coffee Cat dares to enter our domain. How you doing there, Coffee Cat? Thank you so much for the raid. And as usual, Cat, if you want to share stuff in the chat, I know you were just finished your stream, but you got maybe some work in progress or other things. Discord instas, please share those. Looky here, Coffee Cat. 3 hours, 38 minutes ago, these were just primer. Couple more of our Trench Crusade busts. We've been adding, we did all of our oil stuff, right? The dry brush, glazy stuff. Then we added weathering powders. Then we actually mixed some mud here with weathering powders and oil paint together. And then we did blood effects over here after our fabulous weathering effects. And now we're starting to add some more highlights, some more darks into these. Hey there, Hero Zone. How you doing? Everybody please follow Hero Zone. So you got to follow Coffee Cat Presents and also Hero Zone. So Hero Zone, why don't you share some stuff in the chat there too? And again, thank you very much. Appreciate that. Now, last Saturday, we did these two. This was our first new Antioch and our first Court of the Seven Headed Serpent. Also, guess what? Blood effects and weathering powders. Yes, that was last week. The week before, we had our first, well, actually, our second Trench Pilgrim bust. That's Stiggy right there. Again, more blood effects. And our first Iron Sultanate bust. The very first Trench Crusade bust we did was this right here, which also happens to have been one of the very first flats we ever did. I like this character so much. Well, I've sketched it out many times. We just said, let's make that into a bust because, reasons. That was super fun. Now, our Thursday stream was this, a little different genre there. We've got Gandalf, we have Theoden. These are our flats right here. Last night, we did another Eowyn figure. So this was, we painted this one up last night on stream. Again, all done with the oil paints. And oh, check this out. We just figured out how to do these. Look at these little nifty shadow boxes right here. We have Arwen and, Arwen and Elrond. And here we have Galadriel on her throne, part of our throne series. Again, Hero Zone, you want to post anything in the chat, please go ahead, because everybody gets the throne. Our Golden King of Abrakan, look at that. There's Sauron on his throne with a fabulous little ring right there. Everybody gets a throne. Everybody check out that Discord link that Hero Zone just shared. Everybody, again, please give Hero Zone a follow, as well as Coffee Cat Presents. And again, Cat, great to see you. Happy Sunday. Happy Sunday to one and all. Except now our Aussie for, well, okay, it's a little bit, I'm used to it being like 4 o'clock in the morning at this time. So it's not quite evening hours yet for our Aussie friends. Oh, and check this out, Hero Zone. Remember we were talking about our Middle Earth War at Sea. This is our Harad flagship here. Essentially, the idea is Oliphants at sea. So that, like the howdahs you see on top of the Oliphants, that's kind of their principle here. The idea is they want to be as high up as they can and shoot down at their opponents because that's a huge advantage. And essentially, the howdah supports is what supports they're basically default masts. They support the howdahs, but they basically hang sails off of the howdahs, which are canvas anyway, right? So again, more the howdahs themselves practically are sails. And we've been working on a bunch of different designs for that. Seeing a bit there, surface tension. Is the death orb still raging in the sky, or has that been subdued by the shield? Ah, okay, so it's the death orb is in full function there, or the death orb shield is back to functioning. Like you said, surface tension, they just take it down for maintenance every so often. Yeah, and of course, what's been very fun is to take, well, here, this is our little project of before and after. So GW, years and years ago, they did these kind of very chunky metal sculpts of the 9 ring wraiths, giving them personalities nobody has ever done before. So this is the Shadow Lord as a wraith. That's the Shadow Lord before. We did those on stream. Then we said, you know what? What if we were to, I don't know, make them bigger, right? And then what if we were to, I don't know, make a bust of that same character? I also, again, have other ones where he's kind of like partially transformed. We also have him on, where's the horsey version? Here we go. Yeah, look at this. There's that same character on horseback. So again, that is the Shadow Lord, a series of before images. I think I can get to the, here we go. So this is a bust of him, kind of a transformation. So again, there's this kind of swirling cloud of sand and shadow around him. The fully transformed one is just literally surrounded in just a big cloud of shadowy stuff. Let me just put him over there. All right, so everybody check out the Instagram link that Sarge just shared. So thanks for doing that, Sarge. Oh man, Sarge, yeah, Instagram keeps constantly changing all the time. And speaking of Instagram again, check out the Discord link there that Hero Zone shared. And again, Coffee Kit, if you want to share anything, go ahead and do that. There we go. So that, you can really see that now. You can really see that. We're going to get some of that dark in here, even darker. There we go. Even darker. Yeah, Hero Zone. So for our Middle Earth War at Sea, you've kind of heard what the Harad approach is going to be. The Far Harad ships are they're actually wicker catamarans, and their sails kind of look a little bit like Zulu shields. They're kind of in that shape. Your Gondorian ships are essentially floating castles. They want to basically get up right up close after they shoot their ballistas at you a few times, and then get in close for a little combat on board. Dol Amroth, of course, they're going to be basically kind of good at everything. They won't have the heaviest ships or the fastest ships or whatever, but they will kind of be good at everything, and their seamanship is going to be top notch. So changes in wind direction, whatever, is basically not going to affect them at all. Corsair is going to Corsair. Oh, and the other goal is to also print these out in 28 mil. We've kind of calculated this will be at least 4 sections on the bottom hull, 3 on the mid, and another one on the top. So that would be at least 8 pieces, and then obviously other pieces for the rigging, which some of that might happen also in resin printing. So a little bit of both there, Hero Zone, because, well, you shoot the ballistas. What if that ballista could also then fire off some grappling hooks, right, Hero Zone? Your dwarf ships are basically river monitors. They are not affected by wind, but they are super slow. And they are very not maneuverable. So it's going to be very predictable to know where they're going to go. Even our Easterlings, they're going to have their ships, which will be more like Chinese junks. Elven ships going to be elf ships, so on and so forth. And again, that's all for our Middle Earth War at Sea game, which is kind of designed to be both, well, sort of like a Mantic's Armada game, right? Sort of like that, but also, again, designed to be played at 28 mil, where, guess what, Hero Zone, the Army of the Dead can finally use their walk-on-water ability. So the Gondorian fleet is going to be sponsored by Bass Pro or something like that, Camda. Yeah, I guess the Gondorian faction will be sponsored by Bass Pro. Just some more there. Yep, okay, a little bit more dark in there. Now let's get a couple more lights on this set of chains. Come on. There we go. Like, we need some more light there. Come on, more of these. Might need to get some thinner into that as well. Couple more. I am more on these chain links there. Come on, there we are. It's like a little light catching on some of those chain links. Now let's go back to this one here. Let's get maybe not super light, but we need a little something here. Let me get some of that. Yeah, a little more thinner, but not too much. Again, this is all oil paints right here. This is all regular oil paints right out of the tube. Trying to get, again, where we maybe have some either bullet holes, shell fragments, whatever happening there. Nope. Back to my green. Or more of the radiant green there. Is that going to be too light? Nope, not really. Not too late. And again, underneath that is a whole bunch of different browns. So yes, we're using green to highlight our brown. Come on, let's. Maybe I've got the wrong one here. Let me see something here. Okay, no, that's the right one. We must just have a little clump of something in there. Yeah, I think that's what it was. No problem. Got that out of there. And some of this is kind of mixing directly with our weathering powders. That's what we're trying to do, because that essentially fuses the weathering powders right to the bust here. We don't want to lose some of the mud clumps that we've also put on here. A little touch of our light in there, yeah. Yeah, I like the idea. There's a bunch of mud there, and so much mud. We're gonna have to get some mud on the. This might work. So I'm taking a big old batch of our weathering powders. Now some oil paint here. Gonna do some more of that here. Let me just grab this. A little more. Now we're getting somewhere. So we got this, and we're just gonna clump that up on here. Because we got all that mud on the face there, right? Not the face. We got that mud there. We need to make sure that translates. There. Oh, look at this. All kinds of fun mud stuff going on here. This is a kind of a lighter mud here. Again, this is kind of, look at it. See those clumps of mud? Look at that. Big old clump of mud right there. See, look at there, Hero Zone. Appreciate you joining. And again, thanks for the sub there, Hero Zone. Everybody, please give Hero Zone a follow. Check out that link to Hero Zone also shared. And, well, have yourself a fabulous Sunday there, Hero Zone. Again, thank you so much. Look at this. Again, another big old clump there. Big old clumps of mud. Like you do. Some more of that again on the helmet there. Now we can see that some of this is also kind of dried a little bit here too. And it's starting to get lighter, right? You're seeing some of the mud getting lighter. Is this Jim Dark here, Recoil? Is this what we're calling Jim Dark here? I guess so. More of our mud, fabulous mud effects here. Let's see again, more clumps on the end of that brush. I know we've done something like this on stream, but it could have been years ago, Camda. Last time we did something like this, it could have been years ago. So neat to get a chance to try this again. Ooh, you know what? We need to do. That's right. I need to get my little bit of not black is black. Let me get that stuff out of there so it doesn't sit in there too long. Hopefully, I got me a little. Okay, I have a tiny bit of water left. Okay, that's good. Let me use this brush here. I'm going to get that oil stuff out of there. Really got to remember to grab me some paper towels here. Holy smokies. Okay, we're going to grab this. It's not the blackest black, but I need to see this now. We're not going to need much of it, but here. And here's Gandalf, complaining about having no arms. Interesting how this is a very effective sniper who also has no arms. Well, she has arms, but no arms. That's very frustrating, I would think. Yeah, we're going to get that. And when the Darth, was it Max Darth? Yeah, Max Darth hits this, then the idea is that that just really disappears. Okay, good enough. Let's get the cap on that baby here. Well, that sounds interesting there, Camda. It can be only oils, right? Recoil. It can be only oils. Alright, we're taking this. It goes back into our pattern a little bit thinner there. Now, see that little clump right there? Nice little clump of mud. Is nice. Gonna go right there. Literally, we just attached a big old clump of mud on there. This is a little bit different from last night's figure. Yeah, that's just a little bit different. A little bit different. Again, building this up. We have another little, see a little teensy clump on the end of that brush there. That is going to go on our helmet there, for sure. There's actually some, there's like chunks of mud hanging down. Ooh, you know what? I'm going to do this. I'm going to get me some Mars Yellow deep in there. All right, there's some more, another little clump there. It's going to go there, and let's see if we can engineer another little clump of mud. There we go. Another little clump there. There, look at that. There was, I think our mud shows up pretty well. Oh, yeah, there's a nice, here, let me get a little bit of this. Nope, more of that. Yeah. This is I don't think we've done anything quite this muddy except for vehicle. Yeah, we've never done a figure or a bust or anything like that quite as muddy as this here. This is, I thought this might be fun, recoil. That's why I was kind of itching to try this one here, because I thought, again, here's another little clump of mud there. So now that kind of explains why there's the... Oh, look at that. There's even a little clump of mud right there on her face. Yeah. Clumps of mud everywhere here. It will be interesting to see what this looks like tomorrow, because there will likely be some changes into like the texture of it or how light or dark it is. Now look at this. We're throwing some lighter effects on top of that, right? Because when the mud dries, it's lighter. Just like, okay, you're wearing a gray t-shirt or something like that. You're exercising. You're sweating. Your gray sweatshirt looks a lot darker, except where the sweat kind of is drying. Now that looks lighter. The hydrodynamics of mud, right? Recoil. I'm gonna get more of that down here on the plinthy there. It's more of a lighter colored dusty stuff. See you later there, Doji. Have yourself a good one. So yeah, Doji, I think you'll certainly have fun with this other one here. And so actually, well, Doji, we need to print this one out really big. All right, print this one out really big, and then do the cobalt teal bluish on that one, right, Doji? Yeah. What about that? That wouldn't be terrible. I don't think you would hate that. Now this has oil paint and weathering powders combined. Too dark. I'm gonna go more of the Naples yellow here. There we go. That's it. Maybe a little more thinner and a little bit lighter. So have a good Sunday there, Doji, for sure. Get me some of this going. Now, also there. Yeah, now we're starting to bring out a little bit of our. Yeah, this is literally the same kind of combination of weathering powders and oil paints that we were putting in some of the mud. Armored Wolf, if you want to share your link to the dice bag. Speaking of lots of weathering, lots of blood and mud and rust, everybody check out these fabulous dice bags from Armored Wolf. I got the metalwork sensational, all the tooling on the leather, and again the weathering, the painting of them. That was a World Eaters bag you're working on today, right, Armored Wolf? So everybody can check out this Instagram link that Armored Wolf going to share. And then go to Armored Wolf Productions and be sure to get yourself many dice bags because they hold hundreds of dice, and not the teensy dice. We're talking about the big honkin' dice. It holds hundreds of them. There's even a video that shows you just how many hundreds that it holds. Everybody check out that Instagram link that Armored Wolf just shared. Bestest moderator on the Twitches. So again, well, okay, now we're in hour number 4. Hour number 4 here. Actually, oh, I see what I need to do. I see what I need to do. Let me get this out of here. There, come on. You're over here. Yeah, let me do this. I'm gonna take that little bit of darker burgundy there. Yeah. That is going to line that up better with the eye on that side. So thanks so much, Armored Wolf, for posting the link to the Patreon page. Our next video, which shows how to make, well, how to make this and all our other shadow boxes. This is going up on the YouTube basically in a matter of hours. Probably about let's see. Well, it'll take about probably an hour-ish to upload. So after the stream, 2 hours max, boom, that's going up on the Patreon page. Again, that is the sometimes I call those emergency tutorials where I've learned something that's so important, so new that I basically just kind of supersede all the other stuff that I'm filming and just say, look, you need to know this now. This is important, brand new information that you need to have right now. And there's only been like 3 of those in the last week because they're just like constantly new things like, well, they need to know this. Oh, also too, a number of projects that I'm doing with Eldritch Foundry, which are also kind of in some ways working through the Patreon page. Also too, these files right here, I'm not putting these on my mini factory or anything like that. The only way you're going to get your hands on these is via the Patreon page. And all these ones that you're seeing me paint here, these are all the essentially test prints that I'm doing. All these are test prints. I've only printed one of each of these. And again, we're testing them out. We're saying, okay, does that need to be tweaked, or is it just okay? I just need to support it differently. There's been a few, like one of our gummy bears, where it's like, nope, I just got to redo the whole thing from scratch. It's never gonna work in its current iteration. So that one just has to be redone, and that's what the test print showed, and that's why we do the test prints. Which, of course, again, that means that they're not necessarily all going up on the in that Google Drive folder right away. I need to make that darker, I guess, because the lighter ain't quite doing it. So we're gonna go darker. And yeah, that's what we were missing there. A little bit of dark. Yep, sure enough. Go figure. When in doubt, make things darker. That might be too late. Let me back away from that a little. We need this crucial little bit of light. It's not a highlight or something like that. It's this little bit of the fact. There we go. Yeah, that's kind of what gives the mouth its expression. It's real easy to overdo that, and by real easy I mean it's like insanely easy to go way too far with that. Now this is going to be tricky. I don't know if that's going to do it, but I need to somehow divvy this up. Oh, it's almost doing it. Did it. There we go. That's what I needed. And now we have even more of an expression there. Just by virtue of that, more expression in the eyes. It's super important. And of course, with the eyes is there, you want them looking straight ahead like a mugshot is generally not super interesting. Just throwing that out there. If they're looking off to the side or even looking in the opposite direction that their head is pointing, then you're like, okay, wait, did they get surprised by something? Well, why are they looking? Why are they not looking in the direction their head's pointed? It just automatically kind of generates a little extra bit of interest there into the expression on their face. What have we here? Let me get you light toward there and a couple of lights on the end of the hair. More thinner, I guess. Fine. I need you to be just a touch lighter, and now this too. Let me see if we can do this, because that will set the shadow area of the face back a little. That's what I'm looking at. This actually is too light there. Let's do a little takedown on that, shall we? Okay, that's better. Then the light should, well, okay, that's an interesting kind of a warmish gray. A little more thinner. Boy, I don't want it to be a pinline washy thing, but is nice. Okay. Again, we got a bunch of mud there on there, so we want to preserve that. That is extreme Jim Dark right there. Recoil. Yep. That is some serious Jim Dark right there. Now I have to have I have to make some stickers recoil that'll look like labels on jars of weathering stuff. It'll be these Jim Dark mud, Jim Dark rust. It'll just be a bunch of oil paint. and just some rando weathering powders just chucked together. For the low price of $299.99 per container, right, Rico? And by the way, it's only half a fluid ounce, which would actually be less expensive than most of the stuff that's out there. So again, here we go. Yes, peak and cooked, and that's kind of all the cool kids, because we got to have the cool kids terms, right, Rico? You were just saying that yesterday. It's either yesterday or the day before. You're like, nope, we gotta have all the cool kid terms here. So again, a little light kind of coming down this way, right, catching this little bit of scar, and then on this, look at that big old clump of mud right there, and then there's a whole bunch of mud on her face. That's why she's kind of looking like, okay, that was hilarious. Yes, that was totally hilarious. Whoever threw that mud at me, they're gonna get this now. Yeah, taking the Mars black here for a couple little edgy contrast. There we go. Just gonna try to trying to make a couple of those edges a little bit sharper there. Few sharper edges. Get rid of that. Not sure what that's doing there. That's going to need a little bit of our bluish color. So that's our fabulous. Look at this fabulous periwinkle for making a sniper rifle. Have a bit of metal-ish stuff going on in the stock there, and also here on the scope. I will try to make that a little lighter, maybe that scope there. Come on, there we go. Also, a little bit of metal right there. Let me lighten this up too. Also this. And that. Okay, so now the sniper rifle has a little bit more, got some metal look to it there. That could maybe use some of this. Okay, not quite enough. Let me try that. Now we're talking. Even though we have maximum Jim Darker, we'd still have to have some lights in a few places here. The microbiome terrain, that's it. Well, if we have bio drones recoil, we need to have microbiome terrain. Yes, that would be your Canada geese. They're actually biodrones created by the ancient Welsh Landians as weather satellites. Thousands of years ago, they escaped the control of the Welsh Landians and came to Canada. We did the lighter green on the other side. Oh, it's about we do it on this side. Come on. Radiant green. That's not really radiant green. Epaulets. Oh, lighter. Again, don't want to overpower or overpaint all our clumps of mud there. Same with our green right here. Also that. Now, fine. I'm gonna go with the Naples yellow here to lighten this up. Yeah, we got that. Also this. Come on, later, later, later. Yeah, now we got that. Actually, that's a little bit later than what we got over here. All right, fine. Again, working around all of our fabulous clumps of mud. Like you do. More of that here. Let's get a little light on that point there again. This also kind of casts a shadow too as that comes down, right? That makes sense, doesn't it? I wonder here on the eyebrows. Let me try a little something here. So I'm gonna take here it is. This Van Dyke Brown actually is the Gamlin Van Dyke Brown. Usually it's the Williamsburg, but just the Williamsburg one got kind of buried by some other stuff, so I said, the heck with it. We're in a hurry. I just grabbed the Gamlin stuff. It is a little bit different. I'd say it's a little bit more neutral gray, whereas I think the Williamsburg Van Dyke Brown is, I want to say it's a bit more of a cooler gray, again, by comparison. Unless I have that reversed. It's been a while. I did do a comparison vid a long time ago, one of our color theory and oils. That's what we needed here. Not so much to make it darker, but a sharper edge on the upper portion of the lips there. Yeah, that's something we needed. A little dark. Okay, right there. Get some of that back down in the recess of the. No, that's way too dark. Let me try this. Yeah, little shadow portion of the nose there. Okay. I'm gonna try something that's got a little more magenta. I don't want to change the value too much here. I just need to get a little bit more of a violet color in the lip. Not a rosy color in the lips, more of a violet color. Now, this is super tricky here. Can we get the all-important reflected light on the upper lip there? Okay, we sharpened up that edge. Now we got the reflected light there. I think, change that. That's a reflected light on the underside of the nostrils, which is really, 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 really important to have. Again, I'll find something a little bit more of the rosy side here on the end of the nose. back to getting something that's almost like a greenish tone right in here. Yeah. So that's basically a greenish gray that just went into the kind of the shadow area here, these recesses, which magnifies the rosiness on the nose, right? So again, we have that really nifty kind of cooler gray happening there, which is green. Well, it's a very dingy green, put it that way. There, look at that. Makes that much more interesting. Our not radiant violet. Is that too late for this? Not really. Here's another. I gotta do another one of these little teensy lines right here. We did this on the other side. It worked out. Looks like we managed to get it there. Yeah, okay, so much more of a sanguine expression right there. That's what we needed. Nope, that was going to be too late. That was going to be way too late. End of the hair, they're a little lighter too. Final little bit, let me see, is this too, oh, that's going to be too late. Yeah, let's say a little more of the Naples yellow in that. Okay, there we go. Yeah, that would have been too much. Just trying to bring up this stuff here that's right at the forefront of the plinth. We need a little bit of rub. We got some barbed wire down here, and I'm gonna do this more the tradition. We're not gonna do the weathering powders. We're just gonna take a little bit of our Rust-Oleum there, aka Terra Rosa. Just chuck a little bit of that right there. Good enough. Surface tinge, yeah, that sounds that sounds like it was a bit of a damper, there. Get this going here. This is about as dark as we can go. I'm gonna try and get a couple little areas here in our pouches. I'm sure no matter how wet it is, surface tension, squirrels were barked at, cars were barked at. All the things that should be barked at were. And probably some things that shouldn't, right? Right, surface tension. All right, let me here separate these again. This is about creating a little bit more of a hard edge because those are kind of like those are supposed to be metal. Let's generate, yeah, a little bit more of a harder edge there. So now starting to bring out some of these surfaces too. And a little bit here, just a second, we're going to go back to our other one. Oops, that was a little bit more to dark than we wanted. That's okay. That too, more dark there. Ooh, that's the other thing I was going to do was a couple of these things here in our leather there, kind of ding that up a little bit. Yeah, like you do. Now, over here, we're going to get ourselves even more of the blood effect rolling down here out of our helmet. some more of that. Maybe down here, some of that dark. Also, this little guy here, gonna just get some of that. Not sure why, but it is. A little spatter there. I'm gonna try to make it maybe some of that now. And almost get like a little bit of blood stuff coming here out of the chest. Like you do here. Like that. Maybe even a touch of it in there. Oops, that don't go there. And not a bunch of it, just a little teensy hint of it there. That's it. So, because we have the main stuff down here, right? The main stuff down over there. Take some of this. Get the absolute dark inside the eye sockets of that skilly friend there. No, that's gonna be too dark. We were hoping for that to be a smidge on the lighter side. Yeah, maybe like that. Yeah. Yeah, I'm thinking even a little. You know what? Fine. I'll bring in a little bit of the Naples yellow there into our sky blue. That's gonna be an interesting kind of a grayish later color. Bring it into some of these ports over here. The edge of that. Oh, there's some more, and then that's about it. Not too much more. We don't want that to be too late. We want to have a little bit of the metal stand through. Some more of our source lighting down there. Back to back to our mudfest over here. Big old mudfest going on. But now it's kind of hard to even distinguish where the like on the palette where the weathering powder stuff ends and where the just the paint begins because there's just so much of it mixed together. That's fine. Try to lighten up a few little areas of the hair back here too. Nice. Also this here. Come on, that's better. And a little something right there. And then up here. More little chips and dings and such on our leather there. Not quite so light on that. And I might try to, just like we did on the other side with the, you know what, I want a little more of the green. Let's do that again. That's better. And now again along the edge of our sandbag there. Erda Michael, why don't you share your stuff again? Gosh, it was hours ago when you last shared it there, Erda Michael. Yeah, go ahead and share that again. And now, was it the pump wagon or something like that? Or no, that's the snot. There is a snotling team now. It's not that's not part of the ogre team. Yes, I think the snotlings they have their own team or whatever. Again, I'm a little behind on that. Yeah, last time I played Blood Bowl that I can remember was maybe 2008. That would be the most recent. And actually, that's where I probably tried to play the Mimes of Moria in a tournament. And yes, Recoil. Actually, Recoil. Oh, that's what I need to think about. Recoil is take the pictures of the old players, try to enhance them, then actually animate them, and see if maybe there's some poses in the animation part of it that actually is more interesting, more dynamic, or whatever. Oh, that's what I got to do. Recoil. Everybody, check out that Instagram link that Arda Michael just shared. Oh, it's Noblars. That's it. Yeah. Now, I remember when the well that was okay. Kathy had the ogre army, and that's when the Noblars were the new plastic figs, because the ogre army was the new plastic fantasy army there. Get again. Now we're doing some of our much lighter mud here, because we want some of the kind of like that dried mud on the end of it here. Oh, and well, actually, now what position was your Blood Bowl Pusmaw? Right, that was his name, Armored Wolf, I think. Was he? He wasn't the well. I don't know if the Nurgle team still has the whatever the horror or something like that. Whatever he was called, where people had to, basically anybody that was near him had to do almost like their own really stupid test or something because he was so foul appearance. That's what it was. Yeah. Okay, look at that. Another little clump there. Trying to get that on her helmet. Okay, another blobby there. Again on that helmet. So we're quite literally painting with mud now. Now if we can get all those done there, Erda Michael. And again, everybody check out that like the Erda Michael just shared some fabulous Blood Bowl figs. Some of that going to get on our trench boards there for sure. So it's a combination of oil paint and weathering powders right there. More of that on here. And that's some of our later mud color. Grabbing some more of the, again, the weathering powder. Chuck that in with the paint. You can see more, again, combinations of weathering powders and such there. Chuck you in there. powders, more better, because reasons. And here, let's get our more mud going. Lighter mud, that is. Lighter color mud. Man, this is already very solid. Again, that's our clumps of mud that we made combining oil paint and weathering powders together. There's another little nice little clump there. Of course, much like onions, mud has layers. Right? You got the drier mud, you have the which is going to be lighter, and then you got your darker mud that's going to be wetter. Fresh mud, I guess you could say. Get that piece of stuff off of there. And here is going to be some of this now. You know, I'm going to get me a little, okay, I'm going to get a little bit of the Naples yellow into that too. Slightly lighten up the mud a little bit more on the pouches and such there, and then now we got actual pigment that's going to go right into that fresh paint. That's another way we can kind of create mud effect that's got some dimension. It really looks caked on there, right? So again, we'll do it. We'll just kind of prep the surface there. Now we'll take our powder and just stick it right on there. So that's another way again that we can make that even look more caked on. more Jim Dark, more better, right? Recoil. That's plenty of Jim Dark there for sure. I might throw a little. No, we won't do it there. Maybe over here. Let's get a little more light on the chin. Like that. And like this here. Is this going to be too light? No, not too light. Is nice. Nope. More thinner. A little touch more thinner. That little light. Oh, I gotta go a teensy bit lighter. Gee whiz. Okay, fine. Bingo. Okay. I think we're getting there now. You know what? That needs to be lighter too then if I want to do that. Like no, that's a little too light. Now we got it. On this layer, let me get a little bit more of the red on that. On this lower lip here, maybe a bit more of our light as well. Let me see if that's going to work out there. All right. Back to it here again, a little bit more of the light. One more dose of light on that on that lower lip. Hey there, Pascal. How you doing? Everybody, please give Pascal rules of follow. Pascal, I hope that the stream was fabulous last night. And everybody, again, please give Pascal rules of follow. And of course, why don't you share some stuff in the chat there, Pascal? So here's what we've been working on tonight. 4 hours and 39 minutes ago. These were just primer right here. And here's what I was painting last night. So there's the A one. Now you saw the obviously you saw the Galadriel figure, and here we'll show you the difference between the two. You can see how much more of the turquoise there is in the white because a different environment, right? We were talking about, and then here you got more of the warmer tones. There's more violets in there, whereas again here's more of a concentration on the turquoise there. So yeah, that was last night's stream. That was about 5.5-ish hours or so. And again, these two times we've had a lot of fun with we've been caking on even more mud here. And we even have a big old mud spatter on her face there too. So everybody please check out that Instagram link that Pascal just shared. Everybody please give Pascal a follow. So again, we've been taking our weathering powders here and basically mixing them directly with our oil paint. There's another little clump right there that we can utilize. More clumps, more better. And again, everybody, please go and follow Pascal. Now, we're going to stream again. I know, like you were saying, you were super, super, super busy, so wasn't able to stream for a while. Wasn't sure if you're going to be trying to stream again today on Sunday here. But again, everybody, please give Pascal a follow. Again, lots of we have just the straight up powders. Then we've got our mix of oils and powders. All kinds of stuff happening. Hey there, Lethal Shadows.
So
How you
say we
doing?
all.
Thanks, Lethal Shadows. So Lethal's again. I gotta try and send you some of the stuff. Lethal Shadows. I mean, it's just again, but it's happening so fast. I mean, literally in the last 30 something hours, there maybe now maybe about like 48 hours, figured out how to be able to make these and also this. Look at this. Check this out, Pascal. That is a shadow box with a 72 millimeter Galadriel printed in FDM. Yeah, look at that. That's how big that here. We'll show you again. That's a 72 mil Eowyn, so that's roughly again the same size as our Galadriel there. And check this out. This is part of our Middle Earth War at Sea, and of course, yeah, that last one was FDM. Their Lethal Shadows. Now looky here, you might recognize that ship right there. Yes, indeed. So Pascal, that's going to be first way that gets supposed is via the Patreon page there. That's kind of the initial thing. That everything is still in the testing stage there, Pascal. Everything is so new. And of course, then again, all of our Trench Crusade busts that we've been working on. We've got like a dozen of these, and I think you saw the. Oh, here, let's show folks the Lord of the Rings themed gummy bears. So again, check this out. This video has all of the gummy bears. I can shoot you a message there, Pascal, too. Give you a little more details on that. So, yeah, this is another thing where we're doing all of the named ring rates. So this is obviously Shadow Lord is a ring wraith, but then what did the Shadow look like? A Shadow Lord look like before that, and we have done various sizes. Also, we have done busts of the Shadow Lord. Look at this. We also have a fabulous. Where is he on Horsey? There he is. There's the Shadow Lord on horse right there. And then we also have, again, where he's starting the process of transformation right there. And then we have a full-on transformed Shadow Lord. So Lethal Shadows, all those many, oh, and again, also our regular kind of tarot-sized flats right there. Lethal Shadows, let's put it this way, Lethal Shadows. I might have to get yet another point .4 nozzle. I still haven't used the point .2 yet, Lethal Shadows. But I probably need to get yet another point .4 nozzle on that. Let's put it this way, Lethal Shadows. I've probably used, I don't know, a few hundred spools of filament now. So that ain't nothing, right, Lethal Shadows? Now, Shadows, actually, everybody please give Lethal Shadows a follow. Before we do anything else there, Lethal Shadows, definitely share the site. Oh, look at this. Yes, you can get these on the Lethal Shadows website there. So yeah, Lethal Shadows still using all the same old printers, those exact same ones from back in the day. Now here, there's still a little bit of our weathering, but I'm just going to grab some of those and basically secure them to the surface here. So yeah, Pascal, there's certain dioramas that I've been trying to make, and they just weren't practical to try and make the individual figures. They didn't really interact with each other at all, or I was trying to turn them into busts that were just too much to try and get on the plinth there, and they worked out pretty well as bas reliefs, and then as mega reliefs, as you saw with the Galadriel. So again, everybody check out lethalshadows.com. You can get these again, where you can, there's several different sizes of tips right there. Just make sure you don't lose the spring that's in there. We always advise folks to make sure you don't lose that spring. Well, Lethal Shadows, we'll try and do ourselves a little bit of a meeting there. Actually, Lethal Shadows, I've been doing a bunch of stuff with Eldritch Foundry. The same kind of thing that's going on with Trench Crusade and also Beastarium, where they essentially have their own customizers. That is a project we are working on. We're going to have yet another meeting on Tuesday morning. Yes, that's right. So silver and dark green. And again, everybody check out Lethal Shadows Gaming. Now, Lethal, are you still doing the occasional streaming here and there? So again, also give Lethal Shadows Gaming a follow, because Lethal Shadows Gaming also does some streaming, sometimes from the events too, at Lethal Shadows. Now, Shadows, are you guys doing any kind of paint class kind of things in the booth or whatever? Sometimes you do that at the conventions. If you got any kind of special events going on in the booth, Lethal Shadows, be sure to mention that to folks. And again, everybody please give Lethal Shadows Gaming a follow. So again, 4 hours, 48 minutes ago, no paint on either of these bad boys. Ooh, actually here, let me get some, where'd that go? Fine, I'm just going to bring that over to the palette then, if that's how it's going to be. PAX Unplugged, that's it. Yeah, I think I probably saw like a Insta post or something there. Lethal Shadows, that's, I don't know, remembering my own name is a challenge at this point, Lethal Shadows. It's such a challenge, in fact, that's why we have a disclaimer here that I don't do names, I don't do dates, and I certainly don't do time. All I do is words. That is all I do. That's a public disclaimer that we have to run at least once per stream, just so everybody is aware. We don't do names, dates, or time, or math. We don't do that either. There we go. So there's a nice little bit of rusty stuff happening on that. That's fantastic. So again, everybody go over to lethoshadows.com and check all the fun stuff out. I'm gonna get me a little more of our turquoise down on here. Maybe a little smidge more. Yeah, maybe a smidge more on this. Fine. We'll do that. So Lethal Shadows, as far as the flats go, we have Lord of the Rings flats. We have Arthurian theme flats. We have Japanese style flats. We have uh, even oh, do I have it out? No, I don't have it out here. We've got Battlestar Galactica theme flats. We also now have Babylon 5 busts to go along with our Battlestar Galactica busts. And we're looking forward to, we'll be painting more and more of our, this is another one of our red, so this is our first two Red Brigades. Here's another Red Brigades right here. That is a winged hussar. And, well, of course, we've been painting tons of Battlestar Galactica ships. We've even made our own designs of Battlestar Galactica ships. Polito Shadows again. It is all the stuff that I was kind of hoping, like over a year ago, that we were talking about. That's pretty much kind of come to fruition and then some. Yeah. It was many, many, many hours of work. And, well, what do we always say, Lethal Shadows? Innovate, innovate. And after you're done innovating, do more innovating. That's what it's all been about here for, well, months and months and months. Non-stop. That'll be interesting getting everything over there. Wishing obviously all the best of luck on that event. But uncharted ground, right? Got to see how we can. If you don't try, you'll never know. So sometimes you just got to give it a shot and see how it plays out. We need more light there. We need more light. I might have to. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna get me this. Almost never happens here. Canada, we got to get some more of our not radiant green out there. Well, that was a bit more than I needed, but that's all right. Yeah, Lethal Shadows again. The innovations are pretty much that. It used to be like every few months, and maybe every few weeks. Now it's like every couple of hours, if not more. Yeah, it's the pace of acceleration continues to accelerate because I do words, right, Camda? I mean, it's getting crazy. So I'm gonna try to lighten up again a little bit of our, a little bit of this kind of a ghosty, wispy, misty stuff right here. I could have added more to this with some of our heavy gloss gel, some of our marble paste, any number of different ways could have added on to that. That's especially with the Japanese event there, right? Lethal Shadows. That crew's gonna be gone for a while. That crew is gonna be absent for just a bit. Let me lighten up some of that too. Yeah. Oh, gee whiz. Wow, how did we miss this here? We got to get ourselves. Man, that's yeah. Gee whiz. We need ourselves some light down in there. Oh, you know what? This too. That too over there. But it's hard to explain, right? Lethal said that you kind of have to keep up that sort of insane pace because well, then it leads to just the opposite, which is also a no bueno. Can we lighten that up a little? Yes, we can. That's kind of sounds like par for the course. Yeah, Lethal Shadows here. I'm lucky. Well, let's see. I think it was 11:05 a.m. on this. Well, on our Saturday morning when I finally got to sleep. Probably going to be worse this Sunday. Yeah. Who knows? Might not be getting to sleep till 8 o'clock at night. That could happen. Don't be surprised if that's how it plays out for our Sunday here. Getting that going. And a little extra light there. You know what? Yeah, here, let's. A little light there. But I would like to do something in here. Is this going to be almost like some. There it is. There it is. There we go. Because Lita, again, I think you saw the Lord of the Rings gummy bears. It all kind of started with that. And then it started with, again, trying to kind of create some figures for tutorial vids. And then, like all that stuff you saw with the Shadow Lord, I realized that if I can just make my one character and then I animate it, now that character is literally like basically almost like a person walking around, changing whatever weapons, costumes, different lighting. It's basically like I have myself a little photography studio with, again, as long as I can create a character, whether that's one of my sketches or even now we're using modeling clay mock-ups there, Lethal Shadows. Yeah. Remember I wanted a 3D scanner? Well, I have one now. I don't actually have a 3D scanner, but it's sort of like I do. Only I have a 3D scanner that animates things. So that I can change again the pose around, change again whatever the outfit might be. Again, the weapons or shield, no shield, that sort of thing. And like we said earlier, most of it achieved through failure. That giant Galadriel flat right there that you saw. The only reason that happened is because every single thing we did that led up to these was failure. The only success was these. Everything that came before it was 100% fail. Same goes for this here. Everything was constant failure. Let me get this going here. Yeah, which is why, again, the Shadow Lord character, I've already done several different sculpts of him, 3 different busts, 2 different bas reliefs. And it all came from creating basically this. As soon as I had that, and again, that was kind of based on some sketches and some other things. As soon as I had that, then it was then it was off to the races. I wonder. Okay, I'm gonna take a chance. We're gonna try and get a little extra of the light over here. So that's kind of his shoulder right there. So basically, kind of the neck is split open here, and you've got this guy coming out from that. Would have been nice to have all this stuff like a long time ago, but everything had to be literally learned the hardest way. Is that 14 now, Artemichael? I think so. Because then you say it was 13, what, about an hour and a half-ish ago, maybe 2.5 hours ago. Ooh, we need some more. Boy, really like to get some of our cobalt teal bluish, but we're gonna have to do this the poor man's cobalt teal bluish, which will be the Prussian blue, phthalo green, and sky blue. So we got three alkyds here, and yeah, that's pretty close to cobalt teal bluish right there. So it is 13. I thought so. There's still some primer. There's a little bit of primer, like down in here. Yeah, that's primer right there. I remember we were saying we wanted to have some of that showing through. I mean, other than that, okay, what are we gonna do? Like glazes of some dark brown, or we just leave the primer where it's sitting? Because guess what? It's dark brown. Why? What do I essentially paint the same area a couple of times? Don't make sense now, does it? Where are we at with this? We're over here. And again, well, let's see. It's 3:09 a.m. at 6 o'clock Central. I'll be painting another bust on the whatchamacallit broadcast there. Monster Den's, oh yeah, the Council of Miniature Painters. It's either going to be the Aowen bust, the Galadriel bust, or what was the one I was thinking of doing, which we had prepped? It's going to be another one of our busts, one of three. I think the Galadriel one's ready to go. It's actually even on one of these. So yeah, it'll probably be that one. Because we don't have enough Galadriel's right surface tension. We are legally contracted, obligated to have X amount of Galadriels per X amount of Gandalfs. And of course, the gummies do count. So Gummy Galadriel does count towards the total, as does Gummy Gandalf. They both count towards that total. At least that, right, Arda Michael? Now, once again, here, let's put this. This is as much. This is like the turquoise stuff we did on our Galadriel. Get this out here for you again. So you can see some of the turquoise there in the recesses of the white there. Again, this is another figure that I liked the scene, the pose, and everything. The ancient GW figure from 23, 24 years ago ain't quite doing it anymore. So I said, you know what, I'm going to make my own. I'm going to make my own. And we also did, where's our smaller version? There we go. There's our smaller version of it right there. Wavy Galadriel, or Wavy Gladys as we call her. Yep, that's what we need. We've done quite a bit of the more muted stuff. Ooh, you know what? All right, let me see if I can sneak this down in here again. We just got the two fingers on this here brush. I want to sneak it down in there, and then do that. And again, way this here works, again, you take this off, a nib comes out. You put either different size or whatever. There's a few different sizes. This is gonna be a heavier brush, obviously, than your wooden brushes. Do some more of that here. I would like this one bit right here. Okay, let me see if we can do this. Yep. That one little, yes, it's a recess, and yes, we just lighted up a recess area because, well, he's kind of glowy, right? It's not like this dude over here. Again, he's looking a little bit, a little worse for wear down there. A teensy bit of white into that, so lighten it up a little, tiny bit. Come on, bit on the edge of, there we go. All right, also here. Chain, ooh, yeah, that. Lighter there. this gets lighter. Okay, no, I'm gonna leave the weathering powders there. So it's at some point we have to let the glow not be too overpowering. That's gonna get the more of a light there though. All the way down in here. Way down in there. And of course, I'm looking forward to being able to maybe even print this out on the FDM printer at like 9-10 inches tall. With the new way we learned of doing the supports, it might just work. Again, in the process of removing some of those supports, maybe some of this stuff breaks off. We just glue it back on. I mean, who cares? If you glue it back on, it'll literally be stronger than just if it was just printed and it printed out fine. So yeah, if you're doing something, you got your FDM thing, you break something off, well, in some ways, it's going to make it stronger. Let me do some more of that right there. Nice. See you there, Uber Yeti. So Uber Yeti, this is Ultra Gym Dark right here. Yes, we've actually been making clumps of mud with weathering powders and oil paints here. So this is the ultimate Gym Dark right there on this lady right here. So Oobs, if you want to share some stuff in the chat, please do that. Happy Sunday to you. Nope, not going to lighten that up anymore. We will try to sneak some of this in here, though. Also up there. Yeah, and what about this here? Yep. Thanks, Uber Yeti. And, of course, Uber Yeti have been showing off the... I was able to get the supports off of our gigantic Shadowbox Galadriel. Yeah, game officially changed, Uber Yeti. There was before Shadowbox. Oh, I was gonna say, is that BSG? No, it's a BSB. Yes, that's how that era will be known, as BSB, and then ASB. Because the Shadowbox stuff, that changes a whole bunch of things. I mean, as far as I know, the number of places that are either offering or have printable shadow boxes, as far as I know, is 0. Maybe there is some, but yeah, I don't think there's a whole bunch of places doing that. Uber Yeti, remember how I said I was using the very small tree supports? Some of them were so small I could actually just pull them off, Uber Yeti. Some of them were barely heavier than a resin style support. Yeah, there was some of them that were like almost that tiny. I was super shocked there, Uber Yeti. Now, I still ended up cutting a lot of it away, but yeah, it was a much lighter touch than I thought was possible. So that is something we will explore more in the future. Yes, indeed. That does that does warrant further experimentation. Now, I would suggest you do a lot of cutting first, then maybe some pulling, not just grab them and yank them off. I don't even do that with the FDM type supports, so I sure wouldn't do that with the FDM ones. Ooh, I gotta get me sneaking, literally just like stabbing the brush down in there just to get a little more of the turquoise down in those recesses there. So okay, but now we've been going at this for 5 hours now, which sounds like that, but yeah, that's basically 2.5 hours per buster. Well, let's actually go back to this one now. Alright, let's do this. We're going to try to get a bit more of the greenish stuff. I'm going to give me some of this turquoise in here. Trying to put a smidge of it right up there. Maybe even in amongst their little mud dots there too. So again, Uber Yeti, you want to share some stuff in that chat? Please go ahead and do that. Naples yellow into some of the radiant green. Actually, yeah, Lethal Shadows. I think I've got like 2 more of these tips left. No, I have 3. No, wait, 4. Sorry. Yeah. Well, at least I think I have 4. It might only be 3, but I think I got 4 left out of all the stuff. The rest of them pretty much gone. What was the... Yeah. Yeah, this is one we've started using that one for more of our weathering stuff right there. So that's a frontline retiree, but still an active service on the on the flip side. Actually, a lethal show. Why don't you say what your booth number is there at Adepticon? Kind of like the old Gen Con thing, right? What's your booth number so people can be ready to head on over? This needs touch on right at the top of that, and then here. Come on, a little bit more there. Yep, yep. Okay, that's better. We shall do a similar thing over here, except some parts of this have the mud clumps on there, so gotta keep that in mind as we do this. We don't want to again wipe those things out. We spend a bunch of time building those on there while we try to get rid of them. Well, here's hoping you get your giant boot there. Touch lighter right there, also there, and then these couple of bibs and bobs here. Let me see if we can't add a little something here that's not mud or just, yeah, a couple of those things there. And of course, well, we've got a lot of stuff going on at Fort Wapple. I also will be doing my one and only class of the year there. I believe it's sold out. I think there's also like a waiting list thing that you can do. Keep in mind, you're not just getting the class, you're getting the bust, you're getting the file of the bust, you're getting an oil paint container. Oh, and you're also getting one of these here. This is, yeah, it's going to be coming into one of these little handy dandy books right here. Look at this. Yeah. It's like, I think it's 8.5 inches this way. It's like almost 2 inches wide, and it's like 6 and something inches long. So yeah, you're getting all your stuff is going to be coming in one of those. So hopefully it makes it easy for you to kind of get it back home on the plane and such. Should you need to do so. Oh yeah, yeah. There'll be probably maybe a USB drive with the video on it, something like that. Yeah, I was able to find a really nifty. I think it's got 16 wells in it, and it actually has a rubber gasket to make sure it really is actually airtight. So they will be getting some actual oil paint that they can take home with them. And it should, well, certainly last all the way through Adepticon, because again, it's in a pretty darn airtight container. None whatsoever, right, Camden? None whatsoever. It's all very secret. It's all totally secret. Fine, I'm going to use this crazy light gray here. Let me grab some of that. It's going to go into here. Start breaking. Oh, geez, it's going to take a little while to break that down. That's been sitting there a bit. And the reason that even has any kind of a greenish tone to it, what's underneath there? A bunch of brown. Even some, and then we got this reddish brown next to it, not a radish. The whole point of that, why is that there? That's there because your eyes say, "Whoa, look at all that red. But geez, that must be green next to it. It ain't really green." We kind of make you think that it is because we are optical delusionists, right, Camden? That's what we do. And of course, now we have even our own Latin saying here, right, Camden? We have our own saying in Latin. Through failure, success. And I'm not joking about that whole this stuff with those shadow boxes. The only reason those even exist is because everything they're basically the result of just a series of failures. I mean, I know that sounds completely just made up, but had it not been for every single failure, none of that was possible. Where's my... I knew there was another shell casing sitting over here somewhere. Per defectum successus. Through failure, success. Because right surface tension, if you ain't failing, you ain't trying. Where's my... There we go. Now, I can't get a whole lot lighter than this. Isn't that white by any stretch of the imagination. There's a couple parts of the straw helmet we're going to try and pop in a few lights there. Not too much. Not too much. Don't go bonkers on that. Let's do a little something, something up here with some light. Like this here. And more of that here. It's, was it Pig Latin, right, Camda? And isn't that what they always called it? Just like, just right, recall GPT and Grok are always 100% right. Yes. Again, the whole reason we ended up making our stuff the way we do is because it was totally wrong. Well, until sufficiently questioned, and then it's like, no, I can't do that. It's like, yeah, you could have led with that. So we've always called that Wapalese here. Yes, indeed. Which, of course, is a derivative of Chicagoese. Okay, that wasn't helpful. Let's get that picked up. And let's get back to it here. Oh, still haven't that stupid sky reels thing there, recoil? Yeah, still can't get in there. So I think we'll just have no other choice but to just like kill that, and as far as the payment goes, and just see what happens as a result. Because yeah, that has not been bueno, right? Recoil, that is no good. That's about as light as we can get on the epaulets there. See how that crazy stupid thing where I got kind of sabotaged into not signing in via Google, and then ended up making a password and all that kind of stuff, and that is now I now have a new account and I have no access to my old stuff. And also the new account has none of my credits on it either, because that's, guess what, on the other one. Uber Yeti, maybe, well, a little bit of grainsta and a little bit of sanding might be able to rescue that. Obviously, it may not be a frontline print, but maybe it can be rescued. Sorry to hear, but that's why I don't wish anybody success on their prints, right, Uber Yeti? Because we generally jinx them, and that's what results. Again, that's a combo there. Combo of oil paint and our weathering powders. This, let me get all that stuff out of there. I'm going to try to go this away here. Let's take some of that. There we go. Now, sorry about that, Uber Yeti. I'm going to try this. I will. No, 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 no. Let's grab this over here. Oh, is that going to be too... Oh, geez, that would have been too dark. All right. Well, I think we got it now. So we're going to try to put in a little of this. That did much, much better. Okay, we got that going. Now, let's do a little change here. So now we can kind of come back over to this somewhat lighter stuff. Nope, nope, nope. Let me try this a little more here. Okay, that's good. That's good. Now in here. I think we are getting the proper expression that we were looking for. One last dose of light on this here. Hopefully this is not going to be too much. This is a delicate balance right here. A little touch there, and then one more right in there. Okay, so there we are. All right. Now a little bit sure change the expression, doesn't it? We can tone it down a slight bit there. Okay, there we go. So again, that is a much different expression, right? We don't want the blank expression on the face. That's why this here, he has... that's why we did all this stuff here around his mouth and around his... Almost a little bit of a resolute, setting that jaw right there. Whereas here, again, a different type of an expression. If you're going to do the busts, why would you... well, we have a little bit of an expression there too. If you're going to do busts, then why would you not try to emphasize expression in the face? Now, some of the ones here that have more of the masks on them, it's a little bit different. That's why we got more of all the different object source lighting we're going to do on that one. Now here we have another opportunity again for at least expression in the eyes. All right, and now again, here's another one. Once again, we will be able to do plenty of expression on that face for sure. Maybe even some tattoos. Oh, we'll have to do that on his head there. There we go. Oh, it might have. Maybe it was our little expression about pig Latin there. Surface tension that had to do with the Welsh Atlantic Space Agency. Oh yeah, while you were going there, surface tension, I also was trying to explain the bio drones. Yes, the Canada geese that were developed as radar or weather satellites by the ancient Welshlandians thousands of years ago until they escaped the Welshlandic control and then ended up in Canada. That's the only predictable weather forecasting, right, is the Canada geese. We have learned that. If this year has taught anything, it's that you trust the geese. Do not trust any weather forecast that you see. Only watch for the geese. Wherever the geese go, that's going to tell you which weather is going to be. Yes, failure leading to success as usual, right? Surface tension. Yeah, I'm going to see if I can't make that mud almost a little bit finer by bringing, again, some of our skin tone back into that. Like so. So the loss of the ancient Welshlandians is the world's gain, well, especially North America's gain, for sure. For sure, their surface tension. At this, I'm gonna try to get me a little of the rosé. I'm gonna say, nope, not enough, not enough. Let's do this. That's very much a dry brushy thing too. Let me see where this goes. That is it. Yep, that is what we needed. And look at that, we're kind of creating a little microfilbert out of this. Well, this is more like a microfilbert. Not over there on that side. We got the mud over there. So let's do this and that. That hopefully kind of enhances our mud there by having more of the rosiness in that cheek over there. No problem there, surface tension. No probs. I'm going to take me some of that up here too. So again, that little bit of rosé over there as a compare and contrast to all of the muddy stuff over there. She's not looking too happy because somebody kicked it like a truck drove by, hit a mud puddle and just splattered her with mud. So yeah, she's not real super happy. She's like, how about I shoot out your tires? We thought that Gandalf was the grumpiest of all, but they're like, so no arms on you either. He's like, yeah, who's the guy that sculpted this? She's like, wouldn't happen to be that guy over there, would it? It's like, yeah, maybe we need to have a conversation with him. That would be very much an Elrond level conversation, wouldn't you say there, Camden? I was, Grumpy Gretel. That's what I have to call her, Grumpy Gretel. Hey there, Vite, how you doing? I mean, well, she does have arms. She is armed, but just not armed. See what I did there? So Vite, great to see you again. Of course, happy Sunday and all that good stuff. Now here, this is a little bit of we used to go, there's a brush stroke maintenance here. So we're kind of going in here where we say, okay, we got some couple extra little brush strokes there. We're taking those away, which is going to make our clumps of mud here like extra show up even more. So great to see you there, Vite. You wants to share something in the chat? Please go ahead. Okay. Here, let me get that other brush. Where are you hiding? There you are. Oh, yeah, that's right. She was participating in the scissor race championships there, Camda. Yes. It's an unfortunate accident. Oh, it's the scissor relay race. That's it. Yes. Yes, an unfortunate accident in the scissor relay race. Let me get the a bit of dark there, and also up here at the end of the barrel. Gee whiz, we've got all about that. Everybody check out that Instagram link that Vite just shared. Again, everybody check that out. So again, great to see you there, Vite. Let me do some more of that. There we go. And perhaps a little touch of light, dark on the end of those eyebrows right there. And the moon. let me, let me get some of the Van Dyke brown here. I see that we need to touch some darker shadowy things right in there. See you later there, Camda. Gotta feed those hungry orcs there, Camda. And of course, Camda. Well, we'll see you. We'll see you. Well, your Tuesday. And Camda, it's gonna be more of the Asperex ships there on the Monday stream. We'll somehow try to get all those prepped for the Monday stream, because ain't none of them prepped right now. Again, that's why when you see me again on that on Monster Den's thing, we may not have slept between now and then. We'll certainly get a bunch of stuff done. I'm going to darken up a couple little bits of our boards here. Again, our trench boards there. Yeah, let's get a couple little darks. Not too much, just a little bit of darks in there. Trench boards here. Yes, trench boards there. Trench boards here. Like so. Extra little bit of dark on the edge of that, and maybe a little bit down in here again to make that look more like it's got some recess to it, even though there's all the mud caked on top of it. I'm gonna give me a little dark on the underside of that. We're pretty good here, and well, we got the mud there too, so let's leave that alone. But now, since well, we've been doing this for 5.5 hours, and we got a whole bunch to do yet. We are going to we're gonna first say thank you to Armored Wolf for doing all of the moderations. We appreciate that. Also, too, many thanks for all the bits and the subs and the follows and the cheers and also the raids, because we had ourselves some raids here, so those are appreciated, of course. See you later there, Rico. Yeah, it's well, it's gonna be the same as last night, just yet another salad kind of thing. That's about it. Because that's all we got here. Oh, thanks, Lethal Shadows. Again, Lethal Shadows, sorry that I couldn't hang out here longer for you. But appreciate you being here. And everybody, please give Lethal Shadows Gaming a follow. There we go. Let's take a little quick see, a little look-see here what we got. Look at this. Right there. That's our latest, again, our first two Red Brigades. First two Red Brigades busts. So it's here. Let's head on over Zelika's way, because we haven't been able to raid Zelika in like months there. So yeah. Again, thank you so much, everybody. Appreciate it. And well, we'll be streaming again, not on my stream, but in like, I don't know, what, 13, less than 13, like 12 something hours. We'll be streaming again. So see you later there, Vite. Thanks again. See you later there, Uber Yeti.